Chapter 797. When the bolt of lightning struck his palm, Du Chaozong could not help but grunt. Du Chaozong could not help but groan. A pained expression appeared on his face because he discovered that in that instant a sliver of incomparably domineering lightning had surged into his body, madly charging at his organs. As the previous voice faded, Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the spatial rift behind Humailing grew larger and larger. An illusory old figure stepped out of the spatial rift on lightning and stood in the air. "Who are you?" Du Chaozong retreated rapidly as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. His brows were filled with fear. The lightning on the illusory figure's body erupted, and the aura it emitted caused the entire space to be suppressed. It even made Du Chaozong a little anxious. "Patriarch!" At that moment, Yang Tian looked at the figure excitedly as if he had seen his savior. "Why, you're out of closed-door cultivation!" In the lightning, as the illusory figure's lips trembled, an extremely familiar voice was heard. "I've made you guys suffer!" Yang Tian felt a lump in his throat when he heard such a familiar voice. He could not help but tear up as he said, "You bastard, you've finally come out. Do you know that old Yi is dead and the Yi family has been destroyed?" The Patriarch of Hell did not say anything. Instead, he quietly listened to his crying. After Yang Tian finished speaking, he said calmly, "I understand." Although his tone was calm, his voice was trembling slightly. The lightning on his body surged again, as if he wanted to turn this place into a sea of lightning. The rest could not help but size up the illusory figure in front of them, especially Li Ying, Xiaoya, and the rest. Their beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Even though they had heard Yang Tian mention the Patriarch of Hell more than once, it was their first time seeing him. At that moment, their eyes were filled with splendor. On the other hand, Xiao Kuan, Du Chaozong, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They originally thought that Humailing, Yang Tian, and the rest were their last hope. They did not expect this mysterious powerhouse to appear before them. Du Chaozong's pupils constricted violently. He took a deep breath in and said, "Who exactly are you? Why did you stop me? Do you know that you're going against Shang Santian?" He tried to threaten the Patriarch of Hell with Shang Santian. Shang Santian? When the Patriarch of Hell heard that, he chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. "When I dominated the mortal cloud world, I even dared to fight a perfected immortal who descended to the mortal cloud world. Do you think the hiding place of trash like you is worthy of being called Shang Santian?" At this point, the lightning around his body erupted and his voice gradually became cold. "I promised fellow Yi that I would protect the Yi family. This time the Yi family has suffered a great disaster, and it is my fault. I will collect this debt of blood one by one. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Du Chaozong's face was cold. Wisps of black light appeared on his palm, gathering more and more black light. In the end, it turned into a ferocious beast that charged at old ancestor Yellow Spring with a strong murderous aura. Facing such an attack, old ancestor Yellow Spring's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly stretched out his palm and clenched his fist. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his hand and shot toward the ferocious beast. With the sudden appearance of the lightning, the ferocious beast roared and its body exploded, turning into countless black gas that scattered in all directions. "What?" Du Chaozong's expression changed when he saw that his sharp attack had been broken. Clearly, he did not expect old ancestor Yellow Spring to be so much stronger than Humailing. Boom! Patriarch Yellow Spring slapped his palm at Du Chaozong from a distance. As the palm was unleashed, the spirit chi in the surroundings trembled. An invisible giant hand crossed the space and slapped at Du Chaozong silently. Although Du Chaozong could not see it, all the hair on his body stood on end at that moment. This was the sixth sense of a pseudo-emperor almighty. He immediately shouted and formed a seal with both hands. All the water vapor within a radius of a kilometer gathered towards him. Finally, it condensed into a blue barrier that was more than 30 meters tall in front of him. Bang! In the end, the invisible spatial hand still bombarded the blue barrier. The terrifying impact immediately swept out in all directions at that moment, causing the space where the two of them were to distort. Sensing such power, the people around them had goosebumps at that moment. They did not expect the battle between the two of them to cause such a terrifying commotion. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, the blue barrier finally shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he looked extremely dispirited. Before he could react, the invisible spatial hand from before pressed down on him again. Du Chaozong's expression finally changed because he started to feel the aura of death. He roared and fought with all his might. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Chaozong's body strangely exploded into a mist of blood, completely disappearing into thin air. Elder Du! Shock immediately surged in Xiao Kuin's eyes when he saw this scene from afar. His face was filled with extreme shock and fear. A pseudo-emperor almighty had died just like that? Yang Tian and the rest stared blankly at the scene. Even Hu Meiling was no exception. Although she was not weaker than Du Chaozong when she was at her peak, it was not to the extent where she could kill him. At the same time, the dozens of powerhouses trapped in the Peach Blossom Formation finally broke through the formation. Before they could think too much, Xiao Kuin's voice rang in their ears. Kill him! Quick, kill him! The dozens of powerhouses immediately charged at the Patriarch of Hell with killing intent on their faces when they heard that. Although these dozens of people were not at the pseudo-emperor stage. When everyone's attacks were stacked together, even a pseudo-emperor's expression would change. The Patriarch of Hell was not in a hurry. He stretched out his 5 fingers slightly, and dozens of wind blades that were like lightning snakes slashed at these people from all directions. Ah! These people shrieked miserably because under the wind blades, their bodies were all cut into 2, and in the end they fell to the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. These were dozens of powerhouses whose strength was not lower than martial Dao masters. Yet they were killed in an instant. Xiao Kuin himself was trembling. Those were the elites of Shang Santian. Even when they destroyed the Yi family, their losses were not as heavy as this. Who is this person? Who is he? He roared in his heart in extreme fear. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took off a jade talisman from his chest and threw it into the air. He knelt on one knee and roared, Patriarch, please save me! Chapter 798. In the peach blossom forest deep in the old forest, a white-dressed lady in ancient attire sat on the stone pavilion, gently plucking the zither strings in front of her. Although she was a few miles away from the Black Bear King and the others, she could still hear the mysterious Snake King's words. Why are you panicking? Hu Meiling's hand paused, and she frowned slightly. I once made an agreement with Immortal Master Yi to protect the Yi clan. We, the beasts, are supposed to go against the heavens. How can we do something that goes against our conscience? Moreover, don't forget that Shang Santian has a deep grudge with our old forest. 2nd brother and 6th brother died because of them. She slowly raised her eyes and sized up the void. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void as she said in a deep voice, If they're really here to get someone, why would they send such a huge force? They're clearly trying to massacre our old forest. Yang Tian's tensed heart finally relaxed when he heard the reprimand that was transmitted from the empty space. If old Lin Zi wanted to hand them over due to the situation, they really had no other choice. The Black Bear King snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Big sister is right. This time, we have no other choice but to fight with our lives on the line. That's right. The Hedgehog King smirked coldly. The old forest is our home. We've lived here for 100 years. No matter who wants to destroy it, we'll fight to the death. Moreover, we have a formation to protect it. Li Ying frowned and said, What formation? Rumble. Before Yang Tian and the rest could react, they felt the entire old forest shake as if there was an earthquake. Immediately after, all the vegetation in the depths of the old forest moved at that moment. A faint green barrier enveloped the entire old forest. From afar, it looked like a huge iron pot had covered the entire old forest. The Black Bear King said proudly, "This is the formation of our old forest." Ever since Yi Chen caused a ruckus in the old forest, the three immortals and Humiling had wanted to set up a formation to prevent similar incidents from happening. However, they did not know how to do it. However, ever since Patriarch Yellow Spring came to the old forest, he would occasionally wake up from his seclusion. He would often command the Black Bear King and the others to go down the mountain to buy things for him. In order to command them, Patriarch Yellow Spring would give them some pointers. The formation in front of them was taught to them by the Patriarch of Yellow Spring, and it took the three immortals more than 2 months to complete it. At the same time, in the void outside the old forest, Xiao Kuan, who was standing at the front, stood in the air and looked at the sea of trees below with a sinister gaze. Then he sneered, "Formation? Do you really think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the advantage of the formation?" After saying that, he turned around and bowed to an old man behind him, cupped his fists, and said, "Elder Du, please break this formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind him took a step forward. He looked down at the entire old forest and smiled disdainfully. "A bunch of ants. To be able to make me, Du Chaozong, personally take action, all of you should be smiling in the underworld. Watch this old man break your formation with one palm." Du Chaozong waved his sleeve, and all the energy in the world surged. A palm print that was nearly 30 meters tall instantly condensed. Break! As a cold glint flashed in his eyes, the huge palm print that was about 30 meters tall landed with a loud bang. Under countless shocked gazes, it slammed heavily onto the formation barrier above the old forest. Rumble! The entire old forest trembled violently at that moment. Countless birds and beasts in the old forest naturally died under the aftershock of the palm. Yang Tian, the Black Bear King, and the rest spat blood on the spot, and their expressions were extremely dispirited. The Hedgehog King's expression changed drastically. "Pseudo-emperor! The other party is a pseudo-emperor!" Buzz! Buzz! The formation barrier above the old forest began to shake violently. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless light spots that scattered in all directions. The old forest's formation was finally shattered by the other party's palm. "Oh no, the formation is broken!" Yang Tian and the rest were in despair when they saw that. Even the Black Bear King and the other two immortals could not help but change their expressions. They did not expect the other party to send out a pseudo-emperor almighty. "All of you, come to me quickly." At that moment, a clear voice that sounded like a silver bell slowly rang in Yang Tian and the rest's ears. "Don't resist. I'll deal with the other party's pseudo-emperor almighty. Big Sister is going to attack." The sudden voice made the three immortals ecstatic. The Black Bear King was even more excited. Big Sister has never fought with anyone in the past 1,000 years. With her around, we have nothing to worry about. As the eldest sister of the Northeast Immortals, Humiling was the most mysterious and had cultivated for the longest time. However, even the three immortals had never seen her fight before. Of course, this was also related to Humiling being trapped by the formation. "Let's go." The Hedgehog King immediately led everyone towards the Peach Blossom Forest. When Yang Tian and the rest entered the Peach Blossom Forest under the Hedgehog King's lead, they could not help but be attracted by the scenery before them. As far as the eye could see, the peach blossoms within 5 kilometers were in full bloom. It was extremely beautiful. In the middle of the Peach Blossom Forest, there was a stone pavilion. A woman sat on the stone pavilion and plucked the strings of a zither with her bare hands. The woman was dressed in ancient clothes. She was plain white without any embellishments. as if she wanted to blend into the peach blossoms. Her black hair was simply tied up by a silk ribbon. When he saw her face clearly, even Yi Qin, who boasted that he had seen countless women, could not help but be slightly dazed. Although the woman was dressed in plain clothes without any adornment, she had a devastatingly beautiful face. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to describe her as devastatingly beautiful. Her eyes were extremely lively, like bright gems. However, she was currently staring at a zither on the stone table in a daze. Her bare hands were playing with it, as if she was crying. Even though Yang Tian thought that he had seen countless beauties, he could not help but be dazed the moment he saw the woman. On the other hand, the eyes of Xiaoya and the rest were filled with splendor. Clearly, they did not expect the eldest sister of the three immortals to be such a goddess. Unfortunately, the woman's hands were wrapped in 2 chains, and the end of the chains was the stone pavilion. She seemed to be unable to leave the stone pavilion. Rumble. At the same time, the sound of an earthquake could be heard from outside. The sound became more and more intense, followed by dozens of extremely cold, killing intent. Yang Tian exclaimed, "Oh no, they've caught up!" In the stone pavilion, Hu Meiling's hands paused. Then she stood up and bowed to the few of them. She smiled sweetly and said, "Please step aside for now." Yang Tian and the rest did not suspect anything. They immediately stood behind the stone pavilion, including the Black Bear King and the other 2 immortals. Bang! With a loud bang, the last formation outside the peach blossom forest was finally broken. Immediately after, dozens of figures flashed and landed at the entrance of the peach blossom forest. In the sky, Xiao Kuin smirked coldly as he looked at Yang Tian and the rest on the ground. There was a strong bloodthirst at the corner of his mouth. "All of you actually fled here together? Could it be that you've given up on resisting and want to find a place with excellent feng shui to bury yourself?" Chapter 799. Hearing Xiao Kuin's sinister laughter, Yang Tian, who was behind the stone pavilion, slowly raised his head and stared at him. Behind the stone pavilion, Yang Tian slowly raised his head and stared at him. He said word by word, "Smash, you are wrong. Today, this place will be your burial ground." His eyes were filled with hatred. He would never forget that it was this person who had led the people from Shang Santian to the Yi family and destroyed the entire Yi family. He had caused Lin Tai and Niu Qingshan's deaths. If looks could kill, Xiao Kuin would have died countless times. Yi Wen and the rest behind him were the same. Xiao Kuin smiled disdainfully in the face of Yang Tian's words. "You're about to die, yet you're still so noisy. Forget it. Seeing that you're not far from death, I can show you a few things." He waved his hand. "Bring them up." Immediately after, a man walked over with a few boxes. He threw them hard, and the boxes immediately landed on Yang Tian and the rest. The boxes were opened as soon as they fell. The scene that greeted them made Yang Tian and the rest's eyes turn bloodshot. They were filled with sorrow. Skulls, all of them were skulls. There were Lin Tai's, Niu Qingshan's, and Yi Chen's second aunts. They were all chopped off. Even though Lin Tai was dead, he still could not close his eyes. He stared at the world as if he had died with a grievance. "Mom!" Yuan screamed and fainted on the spot. Xiao Kuin looked at Yang Tian and the rest cruelly and said with a faint smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied with these gifts?" Plop! Yang Tian knelt heavily on the ground and kowtowed to the 3 heads respectfully a few times. Then he walked over and closed the 3 boxes before retreating into the distance. He did not say a word throughout the entire process. Xiao Kuin did not seem to be satisfied with his reaction. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly landed on Hu Meiling in the stone pavilion. "Ah, so there's a vixen here. No wonder she dares to take in the remnants of the Yi family. She's quite pretty." His greedy gaze paused on Hu Meiling for a few seconds before he said with a lewd smile, "If you're willing to hand over the remnants of the Yi family and submit to Shang Santian, I might spare your life." Impudent! The 3 immortals, including the Black Bear King, glared at him. On the contrary, Hu Mailing's expression did not change. She said calmly, "Everyone here is an otherworldly expert who pursues the heavenly way. However, your actions are extremely ruthless. You don't seem to be in line with the heavenly way, do you? Heavenly Tao? How dare you talk to me about the heavenly Tao?" When Xiao Kuan heard that, he laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. "To ants like you, Shang Santian is the heavenly Tao." At this moment, an old man behind him snorted coldly, "Why are you wasting your breath on these ants?" When Xiao Kuan heard this, a sinister expression gradually surfaced in his eyes. Then he sneered and suddenly waved his hand. "Massacre the old forest!" Yes, upon hearing his cold cry, the dozens of experts behind him also cried out in unison. A frightening force instantly swept out. Wrapped in killing intent, they landed on the ground and shot towards Yang Tian's group. Kill! Deafening battle cries reverberated throughout the area. The originally peaceful peach blossom forest was suddenly enveloped by a chilling, killing intent. At this moment, Hu Mailing's expression remained unchanged in the middle of the stone pavilion. She gently plucked the zither in front of her with her fair hand, and an extremely high-pitched zither sound surged out. Xiao Kuan sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still have the mood to play the zither?" However, in the next moment, he realized that something was amiss. The zither music contained extreme, killing intent and force. "Ambush from all sides!" Before he could react, the dozens of powerhouses who had landed on the ground were about to approach the stone pavilion. The surrounding peach blossom forest trembled violently. Soon after, countless peach blossom trees seemed to have a life of their own and teleported over. In an instant, they enveloped the dozens of powerhouses. Xiao Kuan's expression changed. Another formation? That was because, under his senses, he realized that the dozens of powerhouses were all isolated by the peach blossom formation. Every single one of them was in the vast peach blossom forest. It was like a maze, and they could not see each other. In that case, it was equivalent to dissolving his power. Great! The three immortals could not help but cheer. On the other hand, Yang Tian and the rest revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, they did not expect Hu Mailing, who looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world, to have such methods. "It's just a mere unorthodox method. As long as I kill you, I'll destroy all of them." Xiao Kuan snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and his cultivation base that belonged to a peak martial venerable erupted at that moment. In an instant, a shocking palm print condensed in his hand and slapped towards Hu Mailing in the stone pavilion. Hedgehog King hurriedly reminded, "Big sister, be careful!" Hu Mailing acted as if she did not see it. Her 10 fingers quickly plucked the zither strings. Her speed became faster and faster, and only the afterimages of her fingertips could be seen. Just as Xiao Kuan's palm print was about to touch her, a dazzling golden light suddenly blossomed between Hu Mailing's hands. A violent energy wave seemed to be pulling the world as it rippled out with a loud bang. Uft! Xiao Kuan only felt an incomparably majestic force attacking him. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew out uncontrollably. Yang Tian and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. After stabilizing his body, Xiao Kuan looked at the beautiful figure in the stone pavilion again. His eyes were filled with shock. "Why, you're also a pseudo-emperor." It was just a single exchange. He had lost. From the beginning to the end, Hu Mailing's expression had never changed. Her hands paused, and she sighed faintly. "If you all retreat now, I won't pursue this matter." "Evil creature, you've cultivated too arrogantly." At the critical moment, Du Chaozong shouted loudly. The space beside him slowly distorted, and his figure strangely disappeared from where he was. At that moment, Hu Mailing's expression finally changed. She suddenly placed her hands on the zither strings, and golden energy surged in all directions like ripples. In the next moment, Du Chaozong's figure had already landed less than 2 feet in front of her. Your little tricks are useless against me. Du Chaozong's expression was indifferent. He gently stretched out his right palm, and the water vapor that filled the sky immediately condensed around him. Then it turned into an extremely cold aura that shot towards Hu Meiling like lightning. Hu Meiling's expression finally turned serious. The zither stood up like lightning. As she suddenly stroked it with her white hand, 3 streams of air that were like fire dragons immediately charged forward. Boom! The 2 attacks suddenly collided, and the resulting power was naturally not small. The entire stone pavilion almost collapsed in that instant. Tap, tap, tap. Du Chaozong retreated more than 10 steps and looked at the person in the stone pavilion with a cold expression. He saw a trace of scarlet blood flowing from the corner of the person's mouth, but his body still remained motionless. When his gaze landed on the chains that locked Hu Meiling's hands, he was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and sneered. "So you can't leave this stone pavilion?" "Ha ha ha." Du Chaozong laughed crazily. He waved his hand and directly condensed a claw mark. The claw mark seemed to have pierced through the space and suddenly swept towards Hu Meiling. Hu Meiling's white hand moved, and a rainbow-like golden energy immediately shot out and collided with the opponent's claw mark. Bang! At that moment, Hu Meiling's mouth once again spilled blood, and the zither in front of her shattered, and all the strings were broken. Ha ha ha. Du Chaozong's cold laughter sounded. "If I'm not wrong, not only can you not leave the stone pavilion, but your only attack method is that zither, right?" Hu Meiling's face instantly turned pale. She had been trapped here for as long as 1,000 years. Not only could she not leave the stone pavilion, but she could not even leave the stone pavilion with her techniques. Therefore, she had been practicing the zither all these years. The 3 immortals thought that she was a person with a refined interest, but they did not know that the reason she practiced the zither was because she found that the sound of the zither could pass through the stone pavilion. "On account of your good looks, why don't you come with this old man?" Du Chaozong's lips curled into a cold smile. He moved and appeared in front of Hu Meiling. He gently reached out his hand and grabbed Hu Meiling's shoulder. Hu Meiling bit her lips with a look of despair. If she was not restrained by the stone pavilion, how could the person in front of her hurt her? Not to mention that he could take advantage of her. Just as she was about to fight with her life on the line, the space behind her slowly cracked open. A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded and struck Du Chaozong's palm in an extremely overbearing manner. At the same time, a faint voice slowly came from behind her. "I'm afraid a piece of trash like you is not qualified to take away the woman that I like." Chapter 800. When the bolt of lightning struck his palm, Du Chaozong could not help but grunt. Du Chaozong could not help but groan. A pained expression appeared on his face because he discovered that in that instant a sliver of incomparably domineering lightning had surged into his body, madly charging at his organs. As the previous voice faded, Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the spatial rift behind Hu Meiling grew larger and larger. An illusory old figure stepped out of the spatial rift on lightning and stood in the air. "Who are you?" Du Chaozong retreated rapidly as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. His brows were filled with fear. The lightning on the illusory figure's body erupted, and the aura it emitted made the entire space feel oppressive. It even made Du Chaozong a little anxious. "Patriarch!" At that moment, Yang Tian looked at the figure excitedly as if he had seen his savior. "Why, you're out of closed door cultivation!" Amidst the lightning, as the illusory figure's lips trembled, an extremely familiar voice was heard. "I've made you guys suffer!" Yang Tian felt a lump in his throat when he heard such a familiar voice. He could not help but tear up as he said, "You're finally out, you bastard. Do you know that old Yi is dead, and the Yi family has been destroyed?" The Patriarch of Hell did not say anything. Instead, he quietly listened to his crying. After Yang Tian finished speaking, he said calmly, "I understand." Although his tone was calm, his voice was trembling slightly. The lightning on his body surged again, as if he wanted to turn this place into a sea of lightning. The rest could not help but size up the illusory figure in front of them, especially Li Ying, Xiaoya, and the rest. Their beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Even though they had heard Yang Tian mention the Patriarch of Hell more than once, it was their first time seeing him. At that moment, their eyes were filled with splendor. On the other hand, Xiao Kuan, Du Chaozong, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They originally thought that Hu Meiling, Yang Tian, and the rest were their last hope. They did not expect this mysterious powerhouse to appear before them. Du Chaozong's pupils constricted violently. He took a deep breath in and said, "Who exactly are you? Why did you stop me? Do you know that you're going against Shang Santian?" He tried to threaten the Patriarch of Hell with Shang Santian. Shang Santian? When the Patriarch of Hell heard that, he chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. "When I dominated the mortal cloud world, I even dared to fight a perfected immortal who descended to the mortal cloud world. Do you think the hiding place of trash like you is worthy of being called Shang Santian?" At this point, the lightning around his body erupted, and his voice gradually became cold. "I promised fellow Yi that I would protect the Yi family. This time the Yi family has suffered a great disaster, and it is my fault. I will collect this debt of blood one by one. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Du Chaozong's face was cold. Wisps of black light appeared on his palm, gathering more and more black light. In the end, it turned into a ferocious beast that charged at old ancestor Yellow Spring with a strong, murderous aura. Facing such an attack, old ancestor Yellow Spring's expression did not change. He suddenly stretched out his palm and clenched it. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his hand and immediately went to meet the ferocious beast. With the appearance of the lightning, the ferocious beast roared and its body exploded, turning into countless black gas that scattered in all directions. "What?" Du Chaozong's expression changed when he saw that his fierce attack was broken. Clearly, he did not expect old ancestor Yellow Spring's strength to be so much stronger than Hu Meiling's. Boom! Old ancestor Yellow Spring slapped his palm at Du Chaozong from afar. As he slapped, the spiritual energy in the world trembled. An invisible giant hand crossed the space and silently slapped at Du Chaozong. Although Du Chaozong could not see it, all the hair on his body stood on end at that moment. This was the sixth sense of a pseudo-Emperor Almighty. He immediately shouted and formed a seal with both hands. All the water vapor within a radius of a kilometer gathered towards him. Finally, it condensed into a blue barrier that was more than 30 meters tall in front of him. Bang! In the end, the invisible spatial hand still bombarded the blue barrier. The terrifying impact immediately swept out in all directions at that moment, causing the space where the two of them were to distort. Sensing such power, the people around them had goosebumps at that moment. They did not expect the battle between the two of them to cause such a terrifying commotion. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, the blue barrier finally shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he looked extremely dispirited. Before he could react, the invisible spatial hand from before pressed down on him again. Du Chaozong's expression finally changed because he started to feel the aura of death. He roared and fought with all his might. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Chaozong's body strangely exploded into a mist of blood, completely disappearing into thin air. "Elder Du!" Shock immediately surged in Xiao Kuan's eyes when he saw this scene from afar. His face was filled with extreme shock and fear. A pseudo-Emperor Almighty died just like that? Yang Tian and the rest stared blankly at the scene. Even Hu Meiling was no exception. Although she was not weaker than Du Chaozong when she was at her peak, it was not to the extent where she could kill him. At the same time, the dozens of powerhouses trapped in the Peach Blossom Formation finally broke through the formation. Before they could think too much, Xiao Kuan's voice rang in their ears. "Kill him. Quick, kill him. The dozens of powerhouses immediately charged at the Patriarch of Hell with killing intent on their faces when they heard that. Although these dozens of people were not at the pseudo-emperor stage. When everyone's attacks were stacked together, even a pseudo-emperor's expression would change. The Patriarch of Hell was not in a hurry. He extended his 5 fingers slightly, and dozens of wind blades that were like lightning snakes slashed at these people. These people shrieked miserably because under the wind blades, their bodies were all cut into 2, and in the end they fell to the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. These were dozens of powerhouses whose strength was not lower than martial Dao masters, yet they were killed in an instant. Xiao Kuan himself was trembling. Those were the elites of Shang Santian. Even when they destroyed the Yi family, their losses were not as heavy as this. Who is this person? Who is he? He roared in his heart in extreme fear. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took off a jade talisman from his chest and threw it into the air. He knelt on one knee and roared, "Patriarch, please save me!" Chapter 801. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade talisman in the sky suddenly pierced through the space and slowly opened up a crack. Soon after, a terrifying aura that could shake heaven and earth slowly spread out from the crack. A green figure stepped out under everyone's shocked gazes. It seemed to be an old man in a green, Taoist robe. He had silver hair, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. A martial emperor? A hint of seriousness appeared on the Patriarch of Hell's face. With the appearance of this person, the entire world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Yang Tian and the rest, or Humailing and the others, their eyes were filled with extreme shock. Humailing sighed faintly. "Martial Emperor!" "Xiao Kuan, I didn't expect you to really summon me." At the same time the old man in the green Taoist robe appeared. An extremely indifferent voice slowly sounded in this world. Xiao Kuan knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Patriarch, the opponent is too terrifying." The old man in the green Taoist robe lowered his head slowly, and his gaze landed on the Patriarch of Hell. He was slightly stunned, soul body? Isn't he the person who attacked Old by earlier? Ever since the old man who took Qian away suppressed the Bai family's martial emperor to the ground with a slap, his identity was exposed. In order to prevent him from attacking, Shang Santian naturally made some preparations. Without waiting for Xiao Kuan's reply, he looked at the Patriarch of Hell again and asked, "I'm the Patriarch of the Xiao family from Shang Santian. May I ask who you are?" He could sense the aura on the Patriarch of Hell. Although it was not comparable to his, it was close to a martial emperor. He was still a little afraid of such a person. After all, he did not know if there was a martial emperor behind the other party. However, the Patriarch of Hell did not say anything. His eyes flickered. He could sense that the Xiao family's martial emperor should be at the golden core stage. He was more than 100 times stronger than the pseudo-emperor from before. On the other hand, he had just broken through to the foundation building stage. Although he had used the advantage of a lightning pool to add a trace of lightning power to his soul, he was still a distance away from the golden core stage. Unless he could condense his original demon body. Fellow Yi, I'm only in closed-door cultivation. How did you provoke such an existence? Can't you wait a few years for me to recover to the tribulation transcendent stage before bringing you along to act cool? Patriarch Yellow Spring shook his head. In the eyes of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his silence made him think that he was looking down on him. He could not help but say in a deep voice, "I'm talking to you personally, but you actually ignored me. Aren't you being too arrogant? You're just a mere soul. If you still had your physical body, I might be afraid of you. But now I can't." The Xiao clan's patriarch looked down at the Yellow Spring patriarch. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes that caused the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. "All of you, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. Everyone, including Yang Tian and the others, immediately felt an irresistible suction force, causing them to be unable to move. Boom! An overbearing power of lightning rose from the ground and blasted fiercely towards him. Then a cold voice rang out. "You want to touch them? The ancestor won't allow it." "I've already said that you're no match for me." The Shao clan's patriarch chuckled. He stretched out his 5 fingers and suddenly clenched the void. All the energy in the surroundings gathered at an astonishing speed, and in the end it turned into a giant finger that could hold up the sky. The giant finger emitted a monstrous pressure. This pressure was not targeted at ordinary cultivators. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation, the more terrifying it would be. Under the pressure, the space within a radius of 30 meters distorted. It seemed to be unable to bear the weight and showed signs of collapsing. "Since you want to save them, you should leave first." The Shao clan's patriarch smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. The giant finger that could hold up the sky directly descended from the sky like 3 mountains falling, suppressing towards the yellow spring patriarch. Yellow spring finger, heavenly destruction. The yellow spring patriarch's expression was solemn as he pointed his index finger at the clouds. Boom! At that moment, a giant golden finger rose from the ground as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. It blasted towards the giant finger in the sky with terrifying power. Boom! At that moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. The entire peach blossom forest shook crazily as if an earthquake was coming under everyone's shocked gazes. The yellow spring patriarch's giant golden finger gradually collapsed the moment it collided with the giant finger. Then it turned into countless rays of spiritual light and scattered in all directions. The Shao clan's patriarch's giant finger lasted for a few seconds before collapsing. However, it turned into majestic power of the world and returned to his body once again. Compared to his calmness, the aura on the yellow spring patriarch's body gradually began to dissipate. After all, his primordial spirit was 3-dimensional, and he had consumed too much of the power of his primordial spirit. The victor was decided as soon as the two of them exchanged blows. The yellow spring patriarch's expression gradually turned grim, and his gaze was conflicted. Do I have to sacrifice the power of my soul to fight him like last time? It was not easy for him to recover to the foundation building stage. If he sacrificed his primordial spirit, he might not be as lucky as last time and be able to survive in the trap. Although the yellow spring patriarch was not a good person, he was not a heartless person. He knew how the Yi family treated him. He could not abandon Yang Tian and the rest and leave. Thinking to this point, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Fellow Yi, outsiders say that you're dead, but I don't believe it. If you still don't show yourself, I really have no choice." The Shao clan's patriarch placed his hands behind his back and stepped into the air like a god, looking down on all living beings. "I've said that if your physical body is still here, you might be able to fight me. However, the current you doesn't have the right to do so. Follow me." He chuckled and extended his palm down again. At the next moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly exploded in this world. "If he doesn't have the right, then what if it's me?" In a daze, everyone saw the space above their heads distort, and an extremely thin figure appeared under the Shao clan's patriarch's hand. At that moment, the Shao clan's patriarch's hand suddenly froze, but it could no longer descend. Following that, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless light spots. "That's..." Yang Tian stared blankly at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, as if he was dreaming. "That's old Yi? I'm not dreaming, am I?" "And Master, Shao," you cried tears of joy. Ever since Yi Chen's accident, Meng Meng, who had never spoken, was in Yang Tian's embrace. There was a hint of light in her gray eyes. "Daddy. P.S. Chapter 6. Today's update is over. Sorry for the long wait. It's a new week. Please vote monthly. Tomorrow will be exciting." Chapter 802. As the Shao clan's patriarch's giant palm was forcefully broken by the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, the world suddenly fell silent. At that moment, be it Yang Tian, Xiao Ye, Hu Meiling, and the rest, who were on the ground, froze. Old Yi! Master! Daddy! Everyone looked at the extremely familiar figure in the sky with trembling eyes. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement and disbelief. The figure in the sky finally let out an exclamation. He slowly turned around and revealed a seemingly ordinary face that was familiar to countless people, but one that caused countless people to think about day and night. Yi Qin moved and landed on the ground. "Daddy!" Meng Meng struggled to get out of Yang Tian's embrace. Subsequently, she threw herself into Yi Chen's embrace and hugged his neck tightly. She, who had always been extremely strong, finally burst into tears at that moment. "Daddy, I miss you. I miss you so much." In the vast world, only Ming Ming's sobbing voice could be heard. The surrounding people watched the father and daughter reunite, silently. Xiao Ye, Li Ying, and the other women's eyes turned slightly red. They turned their faces away and secretly wiped their tears. They had waited for a long, long time. Really, it had been a long, long time. Even Yang Tian could not help but shed hot tears. No one could describe how he felt at that moment. When the news of Yi Chen's death came, he could be said to be the most upset. After the Yi family was destroyed, he was also the one who suffered the most. He hated Lin Tai, but he was also envious of him. He was envious that he could at least be of use and fight with the people from Shang Santian. He was envious that he could die and not care about what would happen to him. Yi Chen's eyes turned red when he sensed the bloodline fluctuation coming from his daughter. The longing that was buried deep in his heart finally surged out at that moment. "Daddy!" The little girl hugged Yi Chen's neck tightly as tears flowed out. She used a lot of strength, as if she was afraid that Yi Chen would fly away from her in the blink of an eye. "Daddy's back. No one will bully me anymore." Yi Chen felt suffocated. He comforted his daughter softly and extended his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. His heart ached as he looked at his daughter's helpless and terrified gaze. She had lost weight. This lass had lost weight. He still remembered that before he left, although the little guy couldn't be considered fat, his face had a meaty feeling. However, what he touched now was his cheekbones. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and calmed himself down. He lifted his head to look at the Patriarch of Hell next to him and said, while shaking his head lightly, "Patriarch, you may return. Leave this to me." At a glance, he could tell that the elder ancestor had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and he had forcibly broken through. Moreover, his soul had left his body. Presumably, the previous battle had consumed a great deal of his soul's power, and if he were to continue, it was extremely likely that his cultivation level would drop. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm sorry." A hint of guilt flashed across the Patriarch of Hell's face. Before Yi Chen left, he had promised to protect the Yi family. However, he had sealed his six senses at the critical moment of his closed-door cultivation, so he did not know about the Yi family's destruction in time. Yi Chen shook his head. "I already know." The Patriarch of Hell sighed softly and disappeared. Clearly, he had returned to his closed-door cultivation to recuperate. He was not worried if Yi Chen was the Shao clan's patriarch's match at all. He then looked at Yang Tian, who was at the side. Then, he gently put down the cute little baby in his arms and walked over to give him a big hug. "It's been hard on you these days. It's good that you're not dead." Yang Tian's lips trembled slightly. He had too many things he wanted to say to Yi Chen. However, all the words he wanted to say eventually turned into, "It's good that you're not dead." Xiao Yi walked over and bowed solemnly. "Master." "Master Yi." Li Ying cupped her fists. At that moment, a beautiful figure pounced into Yi Chen's embrace and cried heart-wrenchingly, "Brother, my dad's dead, my mom's dead too." It was Yiwen. Her parents' tragic deaths had almost caused her to break down recently. Now that she saw Yi Chen, she could no longer suppress the grievance and sadness in her heart. I know." Yi Chen patted her back lightly and looked at the Black Bear King and the other two immortals. Eventually, his gaze landed on Humailing. He said gratefully, "Everyone, I'll remember your kindness to my Yi family." "Immortal Master Yi, you're being too polite. I'm just doing my best." Humailing bowed lightly. A gleam flashed through the depths of her eyes that were looking at Yi Qin. Now that she thought about it, she had only met Yi Qin 3 times. The first time, she thought that Yi Qin was the most powerful, but he was not a threat to her. The second time, he was on par with her. However, she could not see through him the third time. "May I know who you are?" "I'm the Shao clan's patriarch of Shang Santian. I hope you won't interfere, lest you cause unnecessary trouble for yourself." In the sky above everyone's heads, the Shao clan's patriarch's gaze was also fixed on Yi Qin. His threatening voice that seemed to be unhappy shook the world. If one listened carefully, they would feel a hint of fear in it. Yi Qin's sudden appearance broke his attack earlier. It made him realize that Yi Qin's ability was probably at the Emperor stage. That was why he did not attack rashly. Yi Qin lifted his head slowly. His gaze shot straight into the sky. An extreme coldness surged from the depths of his eyes. "What a noisy old dog. You dared to touch my Yi family, yet you didn't even know about it?" The Shao clan's patriarch was stunned. "Touch your Yi family?" "Patriarch, He's mad, Southern Yi. He's not dead." At that moment, a cry of disbelief was heard. At that moment, Shao Kuin was looking at Yi Qin in shock. When Yi Qin first appeared, he was not very sure. However, he completely recognized him after hearing how Yang Tian and the rest addressed him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shao clan's patriarch was shocked as well. The Shao clan's patriarch who was in the sky was also shocked. His eyes were filled with shock. "You're mad, Southern Yi? You're not dead." He knew how dangerous the ghost ship was. Over the years, apart from Shi Qianhan, Luo Tianya, and the rest, everyone who had stepped onto the ghost ship had died. However, Yi Qin had miraculously appeared after disappearing for so long. How could he not be shocked? Yi Qin looked at him coldly and said while grinning coldly, "I'm tough. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you guys. I'm back today. I won't stop until I kill your Shao clan." "Exterminate my Shao clan?" The Shao clan's patriarch, Yang Tian, laughed loudly. "What a shameless brat. If you had continued to hide like a mouse, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now that you're back, it's great that I'll send all of you on your way." Chapter 803. The next moment, a shocking aura exploded from his body. He slapped his palm at Yi Qin through the air. The aura that was like a tide turned into a giant palm that was 30 meters tall in an instant. Rumble! As the gigantic palm appeared, the space around it was crushed into pieces. It descended from the sky with a monstrous pressure and slapped where Yi Qin and the rest were. The expressions of Yang Tian, Humailing, and the rest changed when they sensed the terrifying power of the giant palm. If the palm were to land, the entire peach blossom forest would probably sink from the impact. Subsequently, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw a skinny figure take a step out and soar into the sky. It was Yi Qin. The figure stepped into the air. At the same time, a calm voice slowly came from his mouth. "You almost destroyed my Yi family. I'll start avenging this blood feud with you." Yi Qin clenched his fingers tightly. A faint, golden stream of light surged on his body immediately. At that moment, not only his bones but the blood in his body were very distinct. Boom! He suddenly blasted a punch towards the enormous palm that was pouncing towards him. That punch seemed simple, but the terrifying energy within it had indeed erupted with a bang, and it caused space to tremble without end. Rumble! As the two attacks collided, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky like fireworks. Countless violent energy waves formed an extreme storm with the two of them as the center that swept out in all directions. He actually used his physical body to take the opponent's attack head-on? Humailing, who was on the ground, turned pale when she saw that. Her fear of Yi Qin increased by another level. On the other hand, Yang Tian and the rest looked at the sky with their scalps tingling. Even a trace of the surging storm was fatal to them, but the two of them turned a blind eye to it. Is this what makes a martial emperor so terrifying? Many people were shocked. When the storm dissipated, under everyone's gazes, they saw a skinny figure standing there proudly. The expression of the Shao clan's patriarch in the distance also changed at this moment. Good boy, I didn't expect you to also step into the emperor stage. No wonder you have the confidence to come back. When Yi Qin entered Shang Santian's field of vision, his combat strength was only on the level of a martial venerable. Although Shang Santian was shocked by Yi Qin's terrifying talent and shocking combat strength, it was not to the point of being afraid. Not to mention the fact that he was a martial monarch and the Shao clan's old ancestor. He had never paid so much attention to a person, especially in the secular world. However, after that exchange just now, he began to realize that this ant, who was previously unworthy of his attention, had grown to the point where it was enough to threaten him. On the other hand, Shao Kuan, who had retreated far away, looked at Yi Chen in shock. Uneasiness and fear gradually emerged in his eyes. Although he did not know why Yi Chen was still alive, he knew that Yi Chen's strength had reached the level where he could threaten the Shao clan's patriarch. Even he was no different from an ant before Yi Chen. But kid, don't be too pleased with yourself. The Shao clan's patriarch stared at Yi Chen sinisterly and said coldly, "There's a gap between Emperor Stage cultivators. How can you, a beginner Emperor Stage cultivator, compare to my strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot in the air, and scarlet true energy immediately swept out from his body. It was like magma erupting, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed red. Boundless true energy pressure quickly spread out, enveloping the entire world. The pressure was more than twice as strong as before, causing the expressions of everyone on the ground to change again and again. Before the crowd could react, the Shao clan's patriarch took a step forward. He reached out with both hands and grabbed at the air. Rise! Rumble! Within a radius of 5 kilometers of the old forest, all the heaven and earth energy surged. Streams of origin energy that could be seen with the naked eye gathered and finally turned into a shocking tornado in the Shao clan's patriarch's hand. He held the tornado with one hand and allowed it to wreak havoc in his hand. From afar, he looked like a god of disaster that created tsunamis. Go! The Shao clan's patriarch scoffed. A gleam flashed through his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. Subsequently, he pushed Yi Chen through the air. The tornado left his hand instantly. It charged at Yi Chen with a destructive aura as if he was throwing a mountain at him. Yang Tian and the rest had goosebumps when they saw that. They could not help but feel nervous as they secretly prayed that Yi Chen could take it. We must kill him. We must kill him. Shao Kuan stared at Yi Chen as an extremely ferocious grin appeared at the corner of his lips. If Yi Chen did not die, he would definitely become Shang Santian's nightmare. Under countless gazes, Yi Chen did not move at all. However, an extremely vast true origin energy spread out from his body subsequently. The true origin energy swept through the air like a flood, instantly causing a monstrous wave to appear in the air within a radius of 5 kilometers. The shocking wave directly collided with the Shao clan's patriarch's tornado in an incomparably domineering manner. Rumble! 2 shocking forces that could shake heaven and earth suddenly collided. The commotion caused the air to shake as if it could not bear the weight. On the ground, Yang Tian and the rest felt their feet sway. Then they could not control themselves and fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Under countless shocked gazes, Yi Chen stood in the air as if he was not shaken by the monstrous might earlier. However, the Shao clan's patriarch was nowhere to be seen. Boom! On the contrary, the ruins in the distance suddenly shook violently, directly shattering all the boulders on it into powder that filled the sky. Below, a rather sorry figure slowly stood up. It was the Shao clan's patriarch. However, at this moment, he seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters, and there were many bloody wounds on his arms. At this moment, there was quite a bit of blood flowing out from those wounds. Everyone revealed expressions of disbelief when they saw that. Obviously, not only was the Shao clan's patriarch, a veteran martial emperor, at a disadvantage in the battle earlier, he was even injured. How is this possible? Shao Kuan could not believe what he was seeing. The Shao clan's patriarch did not seem to care about everyone's gazes. A ferocious gleam flashed in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen again. "I have to say, you really surprised me." He had not been injured for more than 100 years. Now that he had been defeated by a junior, it was a great humiliation to him. Yi Chen stood against the wind and looked at him slowly with his extremely cold eyes. "If this is all you're capable of, you'll definitely die today." P.S. To explain, I had already written 5 chapters, but WPS suddenly stopped responding. When I opened it, I realized that the manuscript was gone, so I only found 2 chapters. 3 chapters are gone. I'm so frustrated. It's not easy to write a fight plot. Brothers, it looks like I can only write 2 chapters today. Sorry. Chapter 804. In the Trembling Void. The Shao clan's patriarch stood in the air with an extremely grim expression. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds on his arms. Yi Chen stood against the wind. There was no emotion in his cold eyes. "If this is all you're capable of, you'll definitely die today." "Junior, don't be too smug." The Shao clan's patriarch did not seem to care about the injuries on his arms at all. A thick viciousness surged onto his face. "Do you really think that my methods are limited to this?" At the next moment, he clenched his fists together, and an incomparably terrifying blood-red origin energy swept out from his body. The power was even more surging than before. As the blood-red origin energy surged out, a blood-red spear that seemed to be made of fresh blood appeared in his hand. The blood-red spear trembled slightly and spewed blood-red energy, as if it had drunk countless amounts of blood. As it appeared, the world began to buzz. This part of the world was faintly emitting a buzzing sound, as if it could not bear the weight, and the people on the ground only felt that the pressure from the sky had increased by several times. Seeing this, Hu Meiling, who was on the ground, finally had a ripple in her unchanging eyes. "Be careful, immortal Master Yi. This person has an emperor weapon." For ancient martial artists, apart from their own strength, they could also use weapons to increase their combat strength. Ordinary martial artists' weapons were nothing more than sabers, spears, and rods. For high-level martial artists, such as martial venerables, they could refine their own spirit weapons. Ordinary spirit weapons could cut through iron like mud, and it was extremely easy for them to cut through hair. Above spirit weapons were emperor weapons. As the name suggested, emperor weapons were weapons that could only be refined by emperor stage cultivators. If emperor stage cultivators were said to have a glimpse of the power of heaven and earth and origin energy, then emperor weapons possessed a trace of origin energy that could be stored in one's body and refined day and night. Just the origin energy of an emperor weapon was enough to kill a pseudo-emperor. In other words, an emperor stage cultivator with an emperor weapon would have his combat strength increased by more than 2 times. This showed how powerful an emperor weapon was. Emperor weapon? Yi Chen squinted at the blood-colored spear in the Shao clan's patriarch's hand after hearing Hu Meiling's reminder. He came to a realization immediately. To him, the so-called emperor weapon was similar to the spirit weapon in the cultivation world. As for the Shao clan's patriarch spear, it was a low-grade spiritual weapon. "I always like to hold back when I do things." The Shao clan's patriarch glared at Yi Chen with a ferocious gleam in his eyes. A strange grin gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. "Even Old Bai and the rest don't know that I have an emperor weapon. I didn't expect you to force me out today." His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Yi Chen. "However, since you've been forced out, the price you have to pay is death." As soon as he said that, he disappeared from where he was like a ghost and appeared before Yi Qin in the blink of an eye. He grinned hideously as the blood-colored spear in his hand shot out. It stabbed at Yi Qin with an ear-piercing sonic boom. The blood qi on the spear was so dense that it was almost liquefied. It kept dripping to the ground, and the bloodthirsty qi made people's hearts palpitate. Clang! With an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, a visible shockwave spread out in all directions, causing the entire space to shake. On the other hand, Yi Chen's body trembled violently from the spear. Subsequently, he was sent flying by the terrifying force. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for over 30 meters. This contact revealed the extraordinariness of the spear. "Ha ha ha, Junior, is that all you've got?" When the Shao clan's patriarch saw this, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Although you're also an Emperor stage cultivator, you don't have an Emperor weapon, do you? How are you going to fight me with that?" The expressions of Yang Tian and the rest on the ground changed when they saw this. They did not expect the Shao clan's patriarch's strength to soar to such an extent after revealing the Emperor weapon. Was old Yi going to lose here today? Yang Tian clenched his fists tightly, and his heart gradually sank. Shao Kuan, who was in the distance, roared proudly, "Patriarch, kill him. Once he dies, the Yi clan will be finished. The Chinese cultivation world will be finished too. Junior, it's over!" The Shao clan's patriarch let out a long roar and waved his spear. A terrifying attack charged at Yi Qin again. It was like lightning as it carried endless attacks. "Old dog, it's too early for you to be happy." Yi Qin scoffed coldly and soared into the sky. He set off a long golden waterfall as if he had transformed into a golden dragon. He charged at the Shao clan's patriarch. Although the patriarch's emperor weapon was powerful, how could it be stronger than his physical body? How could it be stronger than his fist? At that moment, Yi Chen dispersed the true energy fluctuation and unleashed the purest power of his physical body. He charged at the Shao clan's patriarch's head. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, both parties fought at close range. From time to time, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, and sparks could be faintly seen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's body was like a monk's golden body. There was a faint golden glow surging on the surface of his body. Yi Chen's fist was crystal clear. It was as hard as green jade. Every punch was like a giant hammer that could hold up the sky as it landed heavily on the Shao clan's patriarch. After the Shao clan's patriarch's spear pierced his body, apart from sparks, it did not cause any damage to his body. On the other hand, Yi Chen's punches caused his vital energy and blood to surge. His perlicue was numb, and he almost lost his grip on the spear in his hand. He could only retreat continuously. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it! Why is this brat's physical body so strong? Could he be the successor of the Pre-Qin body sect? Before he could react, Yi Chen suddenly turned his fist into a palm. A faint lotus imprint appeared on his palm. Subsequently, he pressed it lightly on his chest. 33 days divine fist, Vajra seal. The seemingly soft palm caused the patriarch's sense of danger to multiply. All the hair on his body stood on end. Oh no! He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he realized that it was too late. Immediately, he felt an incomparably terrifying force enter his 8 extraordinary meridians. Bleck! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body instantly shot backward. In the end, he directly smashed into a mountain wall on the ground, forcefully smashing a huge hole in the mountain wall. Great! Yang Tian and the rest cheered when they saw this. On the other hand, Shao Kuan's expression changed in the distance. His eyes revealed deep shock. Patriarch, has he lost? That was the Shao clan's patriarch. An old monster who had lived for more than 200 years, was like an undying legend in the Shao clan. However, he was no match for Yi Qin now. Just as he was stunned, A loud bang suddenly came from the mountain wall in the distance. A loud noise suddenly came from a mountain wall in the distance. In the next instant, a blood-red figure turned into a red light and flew into the distance. Chapter 805. A patriarch is going to escape? Shao Kuan's face instantly turned ashen. Everyone on the ground was stunned when they saw that. Yang Tian immediately roared, "Olji, he's going to escape!" "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Qin scoffed coldly. With a flash, he swept up a huge wave and flew 300 meters away. He stood in front of the Shao clan's patriarch on the spot. "Junior, do you have to force me?" The Shao clan's patriarch's expression changed. He panted heavily and said, "Even if I'm not your match, don't forget that it's not that easy for you to kill me." Yi Chen smirked coldly, "Really? Moreover, although Shang Santian destroyed your Yi family, only a few people died from the beginning to the end. Your wife and daughter, including your parents, are safe and sound." The Shao clan's patriarch was covered in blood. "Do you really have to force me to fight to the death with you just because of these ants that are neither light nor heavy?" In midair, Yi Chen's cold gaze locked onto him. His killing intent intensified. "Only a few died? Ants. Do you know that one of them is my second uncle and the other is my second aunt? They're all my closest relatives. Do you know that Lin Tai is my brother? Do you know that Niu Qingshan is my confidant? He's someone who has nothing to do with me, but he would rather die to protect the people of my family." Yi Chen suddenly grinned as he spoke to this point, revealing his white teeth. "Now you're telling me that they're ants? Even if I tear you into pieces, I won't be able to revive the so-called ants." His extremely cold killing intent woke the Shao clan's patriarch up like a bucket of cold water. At that moment, the latter finally understood that there was really no room for negotiation between him and Yi Qin. "Old dog, I've told you. I want to take revenge for the blood feud that Shang Santian has committed against my family. Give me your life." Yi Qin extended his hand and grabbed at the Shao clan's patriarch. The Shao clan's patriarch's expression changed drastically as he retreated frantically. "Kacha!" As the air shook, Yi Chen's hand grabbed the Shao clan's patriarch's right arm accurately at an extremely fast speed and pulled hard. The Shao clan's patriarch screamed. As blood splattered into the sky, his blood-stained arm was immediately thrown into the air. "You owe my second uncle this arm." Yi Chen's cold voice was heard as he grabbed his left arm again. "You owe my second aunt this arm." The Shao clan's patriarch screamed. Yi Chen's eyes were as cold as knives. He took a step out and threw a punch in an overbearing manner. It pierced through the latter's chest directly. "You owe Lin Tai this." "Ah!" The Shao clan's patriarch dodged frantically. Yi Chen rubbed his fingers like a saber. A saber gleam flashed through the sky and landed hard on his body. It left a deep wound on his body and almost cut him into half. "This is what you owe, old cow." In the end, the Shao clan's patriarch's entire body was a bloody mess. He almost did not look human. He glared at Yi Chen with extremely resentful eyes, little b** starred. "Even if I die, I want you to die with me." At the next moment, his body suddenly erupted with a strong blood qi. Physical self-destruction. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted with him as the center. Following that, it swept out in all directions with a power that wanted to destroy everything. The entire world was dyed blood red, and cracks appeared in space. Bang! Yi Chen was sent flying as he was caught off guard. A ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes when he stabilized himself. He did not expect the Shao clan's patriarch to be determined enough to self-destruct. He must have been forced into a desperate situation. "That old thing is dead?" When Yang Tian and the rest rushed over, they stared blankly at the blood mist in the sky. Disbelief appeared on their faces. However, at that moment, a blood-red primordial spirit suddenly turned into a ray of light in the blood mist. It flew into the distance at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Little B** starred, you destroyed my body and forced me to self-destruct. If I don't take revenge, I'm not human. Shang Santian won't let you off. An incomparably resentful voice reverberated in this world. When the voice fell, Xiao Kuan, who was on the ground, did not say a word. He activated the true energy in his body and flew into the distance. At the next moment, Yi Chen appeared before him immediately. At the same time, Yang Tian and the rest rushed over and surrounded Xiao Kuan. Their eyes were filled with hatred. "Spare me!" Xiao Kuan felt his legs go limp when he met Yi Chen's cold gaze. Subsequently, he knelt on the ground without hesitation. "Spare me. I was just following orders. Please don't kill me." "Brother, kill him." Yi Wen looked at him with incomparable hatred and said while gritting her teeth, "He was the one who destroyed our Yi family. Otherwise, my parents wouldn't have died." "That's right, this person must die." Li Ying also stood up. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red. Niu Qingshan had been killed by the other party and a few venerable stage powerhouses. She would never forget it. "You can't kill him." However, Yang Tian denied their words coldly. He stared straight at Xiao Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground. "He caused so much damage to us. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to kill him directly? I'm going to hack him into pieces and make him beg for death." "No, don't." Xiao Kuan's expression changed. He then slapped the top of his head as if he wanted to commit suicide. He knew that Yi Chen and the rest would not let him go no matter what. However, Yi Chen was faster than him. He pointed at his Dantian's sea of qi and crippled his cultivation base on the spot. Feeling the true energy dissipating from his Dantian's sea of qi, Xiao Kuan looked at him with despair and resentment. "Why, you're so ruthless." "Am I ruthless?" Yi Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Even if I have a grudge with Shang Santian, you guys should take revenge on me. Why did you implicate my family? Compared to you guys, am I ruthless?" With that, he pressed his palm on Xiao Kuan's head. Ignoring Xiao Kuan's resistance, he forcefully used the soul-searching tactic and frantically searched through the memories in his mind. The more he learned about the Yi family's destruction, the uglier his expression became. In the end, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, without a trace of blood. Plop! He knelt heavily on the ground, uncontrollably. His entire body was trembling slightly, and his lips trembled as he said, "Second uncle, second aunt, old Neo, I am sorry." A line of clear tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. He did not expect so many people to die because of him, especially his second uncle. Ever since he could remember, he remembered that his second uncle had helped him countless times and treated him like son. And Niu Qingshan, this dragon soul master, was not related to him at all, but he had helped him more than once at critical moments. However, he still risked his life to protect the Yi family, even though he knew that he would die. Chapter 806. The sky above the old forest had unknowingly darkened. Large patches of dark clouds enveloped the sky, causing the atmosphere to become incomparably oppressive. Yang Tian, Xiaoya, Li Ying, Yi Wen, Tang Ning, Yushasha, and the rest stood quietly next to Yi Chen. They all looked sad. After a while, Yang Tian walked over and helped him up. He patted the latter's shoulder lightly. "Old Yi, the dead can't be resurrected. Yi Chen's lips trembled slightly, but he realized that he did not even have the strength to speak. His body could not help but tremble. "Brother, you must avenge my parents." Yuan walked over and hugged his arm while crying nonstop. They died so tragically. Even their heads were chopped off. Boom! Yi Chen turned his head abruptly. His eyes were filled with violence. "Where are their heads?" Yi Wen's entire body trembled when she met his gaze. What kind of bloodthirsty gaze was that? At that moment, she felt like she was being targeted by the Grim Reaper. She even had a feeling that even she would be killed by Yi Chen. Yuan could only look at Yang Tian. "Come with me." Yang Tian sighed softly and led him to the spot behind the stone pavilion in the peach blossom forest. There were 3 sealed suitcases there. Yi Chen's body froze. He then took a deep breath in and walked to the 3 suitcases slowly. He opened the zipper of the suitcases with trembling hands. The scene that greeted his eyes almost made him faint. Head. Lin Tai's head. Niu Qingshan's head. Second aunt's head. Even though Lin Tai was dead, his eyes still could not close. He stared at the world, as if he had died with a grievance. Old Yi. Yang Tian stood beside him, his smile filled with bitterness. Tai betrayed us? However, I hope you don't blame him. At the end of the day, he was threatened by someone, and he was the one who risked his life to protect us when we escaped. Before Atai died, he said that he had let you down, and the Yi family down. He even said that he would repent to you in hell and hope that we can still be brothers in our next life. As he spoke, Yang Tian's tears flowed again. I know. Yi Chen shuddered and said after taking a deep breath in, I know. I believe in his character. He stretched his arm out slowly after saying that and closed Lin Tai's eyes that were filled with regret. There were tears in his eyes. Lin Tai, slow down on your journey to hell because I'm going to kill many people soon. I'll make them die with you so that you won't be alone on your journey to hell. He then said slowly, Where are Yu Han and my parents? He was most concerned about the safety of his parents and Su Yuhan because he had not seen the 3 of them since he returned. Even when he used the soul-searching tactic on Xiaokuan, there was no news of them. This made him feel slightly uneasy. Yuhan and the rest. Yang Tian's expression changed. He said hesitantly, I don't know where they are either, but don't be too agitated. When we escaped, an old man attacked us and took Qian, Yuhan, and the rest away. Yi Chen frowned. An old man. That's right. Yang Tian nodded slightly and said, When we just broke out of the encirclement, we were stopped by the Bai family's patriarch. At that time, it was the old man in the mental hospital's gown who attacked. By the way, Qian seemed to call him Grandpa's son. Grandpa's son? Yi Chen's eyes focused when he heard that. He gradually had a clearer understanding of the mysterious old man's identity. He must be the person who brought Qian out of the ghost ship 20 years ago. He was also the person who killed people from Shang Santian 20 years ago and disappeared mysteriously. Since the other party knew Qian and saved Su Yuhan and the rest at the critical moment, he probably had no ill intentions. Li Ying suddenly said, By the way, I once ordered someone to find out some information. It said that after the old man left, another ghost ship appeared on the Wu River. Yi Chen raised his brows. Has the ghost ship appeared again? Li Ying nodded, that's right. It said that the ghost ship appeared very suddenly and disappeared very quickly. When the people from Shang Santian arrived at the Wu River, the ghost ship was already gone. Yi Chen secretly frowned when he heard that. Logically speaking, the ghost ship should only appear once every 20 years. It had been less than half a month since the last time it appeared. Why would it appear again? Could it be related to the old man who took Qian away? After all, the ghost ship belonged to Qian's biological parents. As the subordinate of the ghost ship's owner, it was not surprising that the old man could control the ghost ship. If the ghost ship was really summoned by the old man, wouldn't that mean that the old man had brought Qian, Yuhan, and her parents onto the ghost ship and left Earth? Yang Tian suddenly said, By the way, Oldie, I forgot to tell you something. Actually, Yuhan was pregnant before you boarded the ghost ship. Boom! Yi Chen's mind exploded as soon as he said that. He seemed to be excited. You're saying that Yuhan is pregnant? Yes. Yang Tian nodded and said, After the news of your death came, Yuhan fainted from grief. The doctor only discovered it when he treated her. Great. Yi Chen was overjoyed by the sudden news. It meant that he would have a second child in this world apart from Meng Meng. Oldie, let's kill them all. Yang Tian's eyes were red as he glared at Yi Chen. He enunciated word by word. I want to kill all these bastards. I want them to kneel before Ah Tai and repent. Although he had not known Lin Tai for a long time, they were closer than real brothers. Lin Tai's death still pained him until now. At this point, he gritted his teeth and said, "And the father and daughter from the spiritual medicine mountain, the *TCH from the Morong family of Ganzhou, and the wealthy families of Shangsanan. These people are all traitors. They must be killed. I want to go too." Li Ying took a step forward and clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes were about to cry. This time more than 10 brothers from Dragon Soul died. Old Nio even died in battle. I don't know how the rest of our brothers are being persecuted. Me too. Me too. Xiao Ye, Tang Ning, and the rest stood up as well. The 2 women's eyes were filled with extreme hatred. The hatred was earth-shattering. To Xiao Ye, Miaojiang was her home, and every Miaojiang citizen was her family. However, Miaojiang was destroyed, and all the clansmen died tragically. Among them was her grandmother, who had raised her. To Tang Ning, the Tang family of Hong Kong was the same. It was her grandfather's life's work, and now it was destroyed in the hands of Shang Santian. At that moment, everyone present expressed their intention to fight back with Yi Qin. Only Hu Meiling and the rest of the immortals remained silent. It was not that they were indifferent, but that immortals were not allowed to enter Shanhaiguan. That had been the rule since ancient times. Yi Qin took a deep breath in when he met everyone's determined gazes. Then he lifted his head slowly. A muffled thunder suddenly came from the sky, followed by a heavy downpour. After a long while, a low, indifferent voice slowly sounded. "That's right, it's time to go back. It's best to kill on a rainy day." Chapter 807. That afternoon it rained cats and dogs. Yi Chen walked out of the old forest with Yang Tian and the rest, and headed to Tianan from the northeast. When he passed by the sky above the capital, he could not help but pause. He lowered his head and looked down at a certain spot below. His eyes flickered. The Patriarch of Hell, who was beside him, asked immediately, "Fellow Yi, what's wrong?" With Yi Chen's help, he had already stabilized his cultivation base. Even the exhausted divine soul had recovered completely. "Nothing. I sensed a familiar aura." Yi Chen frowned slightly and subsequently looked at the Patriarch of Hell. "Patriarch, protect them and wait for me here for a few minutes. I'll be back soon." With that, he immediately descended. At this moment, the capital was raining heavily. Both sides of the streets were covered in deep rainwater. There were 2 or 3 figures rushing home on the road. It was very quiet. In a bar in the eastern suburbs of the capital, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless screams and roars came from inside. The bar was called Night Bar. It was at most an ordinary bar in the eastern suburbs of the capital. However, in recent days, it had overshadowed other bars. It was because other than the booth and dance floor, there was another facility in the bar, the arena. The owner of the bar had specially set up an arena and invited many people to fight on it. The scene of fists hitting flesh caused the bar to be filled with people every day. In the huge arena, at this moment, a man in his 30s was being beaten to the point of retreating. The man was covered in blood, and his left foot was limping. His opponent was a sinister young man in black. The corner of the young man's mouth was filled with a cruel smile. His fists tore through the air and landed solidly on the crippled man. From the beginning to the end, the crippled man did not make a single sound. Every time he was knocked down, he would stand up with all his might, as if he was an indestructible Iron Man. "Beat him to death. Beat that cripple to death. I'll bet 1 million, no, 10 million. If you win, it'll be yours. Hee, don't underestimate that cripple. I heard that he was once a rear admiral of China's navy, the famous Yan Nanfei." Countless people were standing outside the arena, crazily shouting at the arena. Some people kept throwing money on the arena, their faces full of bloodlust. Yi Chen squeezed into the crowd and lifted his eyes to look at the ring. He could not help but squint when his eyes landed on the crippled young man. Yan Nanfei. He used to be a rear admiral of the Chinese Navy, an upright and hot-blooded pillar of the country. At a young age, he had intimidated enemies from all directions. Not only that, but he, Li Yin Xiao, Han Qinhu, and the rest were Yi Chen's few friends in the capital. Never had Yi Chen thought that he would end up like this. While he was in a daze, the malicious-looking man on the stage punched Yan Nanfei's face viciously. A line of blood appeared in the air, and Yan Nanfei's body fell heavily off the stage. Under that punch, his brow bone was completely ruptured, and a ghastly sight to behold. Fresh blood flowed out incessantly, scaring the onlookers into retreating subconsciously. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but the malicious-looking man on the stage took a step forward and stepped on him. He looked down at him and said, "You're too weak. A rear admiral of the Chinese Navy? That's all you've got. Why you can insult me?" Yan Nanfei twisted his body with all his might. Blood was foaming from his mouth as he glared at him. And you can't insult the Navy! Trash, you're rebelling." The malicious-looking man stomped on his face fiercely, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "You're not the only one who's trash. All the cultivators in China are trash, especially that so-called China #1, Mad Southern Yi. That Yi guy died early and didn't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I would definitely let him know what it means to live a life worse than death." However, he realized that Yan Nanfei was looking at him with disdain. That gaze seemed to be mocking an arrogant person. Du Chang flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Trash? What's with that look? You think you're worthy of mentioning Wai Supreme?" Yan Nanfei mocked weakly. When Wai Supreme was still alive, why your so-called geniuses of Shang Santian were just a joke. Bang! Du Chang kicked him hard in the chest. "Tell me, the China #1 Mad Southern Yi is trash, dog sh*T, trash. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." This kick immediately caused Yan Nanfei to spit blood and roll his eyes. However, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood at Du Chang. His disdain became even more obvious. Although Du Chang easily avoided the bloody foam, the anger on his face became even more intense. "Trash, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today." With that, he stepped on Yan Nanfei's head. As a beginner stage martial venerable, Yan Nanfei was only a top-notch master. If he stepped on him, his head would definitely explode. However, Yan Nanfei closed his eyes calmly and laughed out loud. "Supreme, I'm useless. I was unable to help when your Yi family was destroyed. Today, I'll apologize to you." However, at the next moment, he suddenly felt that the foot did not step on him. Instead, a warm and smelly liquid splashed on his face. It was blood. Yan Nanfei was confused at this moment. He heard an extremely shrill scream. "Ah, my foot, my foot!" Yan Nanfei immediately opened his eyes. The scene that greeted him shocked him. He saw that Du Chang's left foot that was stepping on him had exploded from his waist down. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. As for Du Chang himself, he fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and he let out a shrill scream. Whoosh! This sudden and incomparably bloody scene immediately caused many people to take a few steps back. Then their scalps went numb as they looked at the scene before them. No one saw what was going on clearly. The only thing they saw was that Du Chang's foot suddenly exploded, just as it was about to step on Yan Nanfei's head. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures with powerful auras quickly rushed down from the second floor of the bar. The leader was a middle-aged man with a hawk-like gaze. The middle-aged man looked around before his gaze finally landed on Du Chang. His pupils constricted. "Du Chang, who hurt you?" "I don't know." Du Chang's face twitched. "But the culprit must be hiding in the crowd. Second uncle, you must find him and kill him for me." "Kill him? Who is it? Who dares to hurt Du Chang?" The middle-aged man's face darkened. He looked around coldly with killing intent. "Come out if you have the guts. I want to see who it is." Boom! The expressions of the people around them changed completely. They retreated in unison, afraid that they would be implicated. As they retreated, a thin figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The other party did not move at all. His gaze was as cold as a knife. The moment he saw the other party clearly, Yan Nanfei, who was lying on the ground on his last breath, was stunned at first. Then his face flushed red. Chapter 808. It's you. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Yi Qin as well. He said with an extremely grim expression, "Brat, did you hurt Du Chang?" He had never seen Yi Qin before, so he could not recognize Yi Qin even though he was right before him. However, the only thing that puzzled him was that he did not sense any true energy, fluctuation, from Yi Qin. He looked like an ordinary person. At the same time, the few figures behind him surrounded Yi Qin subconsciously. They seemed to be waiting for the middle-aged man to give the order to tear Yi Qin into pieces. What they did not notice was that Yan Nanfei, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have regained his consciousness. He was looking at Yi Qin excitedly. "Supreme Yi, I knew it. Ever since you debuted, whether it was killing Yuan Bupo or by Zhang Yuan, you've always been victorious. How could a Chinese legend like you die so easily?" Seeing that Yi Qin did not move as if he did not hear him, the middle-aged man shouted sternly, "Brat, I'm asking you a question." "Bada." Yi Qin lit a cigarette for himself slowly. After taking a deep puff, he allowed the smoke to linger around him. A few seconds later, an emotionless voice sounded, "I'm the #1 person in China that you guys are talking about." The middle-aged man and the rest were stunned. On the other hand, Du Chang, who was sitting on the ground, had a change of expression. He seemed to have recalled something and exclaimed, "Why, you're mad Southerny?" As soon as he finished speaking, a storm was set off in the entire bar. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Mad Southerny? That Chinese legend was not dead, and he had returned. What? The middle-aged man was shocked as well. A look of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. "You're mad Southerny? Why, you're not dead." "Why, Supreme Yi?" At that moment, Yan Nanfei, who was lying on the ground, struggled as if he wanted to stand up. He looked at Yi Qin and roared with all his might, "Why are you back? Quick, run." Shang Santian had violated the agreement that Emperor stage cultivators were not allowed to enter the world. Countless powerhouses had arrived. To him, Yi Qin's appearance at this time was equivalent to walking into a trap. His roar immediately woke up everyone, including Du Chang. Du Chang hurriedly said, "Second uncle, quick, catch him. Don't let him escape." "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man snapped back to his senses. He looked at Yi Qin in an extremely bloodthirsty manner. "Mad Southerny, you really chose to barge into hell instead of taking the path to heaven. Don't even think about leaving today. Everyone kill him. When the time comes, our Du family will definitely become famous in China, and the Xiao family of Shang Santian will definitely reward us generously." As soon as he said that, the rest's eyes turned red instantly. Subsequently, they charged at Yi Qin fearlessly. To them, the weakest among them was a beginner stage martial venerable. 7 or 8 of them were enough to kill Yi Qin. That's right, this is a gift from the heavens. As long as we kill Mad Southerny, the hope of the Chinese cultivation world will be completely gone. By then, China will be the world of Shang Santian. Kill, kill, kill! The people who were watching from afar could not help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw that. Even though Yi Qin was once the China #1, that was when Shang Santian did not show up. Yan Nanfei roared as if he wanted to stand up. However, he was too severely injured. He could only watch helplessly as those people charged at Yi Qin with a murderous aura. Yi Qin did not move at all. After taking the last puff of his cigarette, he flicked his finger, and the cigarette but was thrown into the air. An extremely cold voice slowly came from his mouth that was shrouded in smoke. "It's time for the massacre to begin." In the next moment, a long whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The whip was several meters long, and it reeked of blood. A bloodthirsty expression appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. He extended his hand and grabbed at a beginner stage marshal, Venerable, who was charging at the front. The other party immediately felt an irresistible suction force. His expression changed as if he wanted to struggle. However, Yi Chen grabbed him in the blink of an eye and broke his throat. First one. Yi Chen waved his hand and pierced his body onto the long whip. From now on, he would pierce his opponent's body onto the whip every time he killed someone. He wanted to kill until Shang Santian trembled. The rest of the people could not help but have a change of expression when they saw him kill a beginner stage martial venerable so easily. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. However, they had no choice but to shoot. Relying on their numbers, an intermediate stage martial venerable charged forward and slapped Yi Chen. Die! You're the one who's going to die. Yi Chen flicked his finger and pierced through the man's skull directly. Subsequently, he pierced his body onto the whip. Second one. Another intermediate stage, martial venerable died. The middle-aged man and the rest who were charging at the back were completely stunned when they saw that. They looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. At this point, they finally understood that Yi Chen had become more powerful than before. Oh no, he's too powerful. Run, run. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He then abandoned the crowd and dashed towards the exit of the bar without saying a word. Run, we must run. Spread the news that he's not dead. When the time comes, the Emperor's stage patriarchs will come out to deal with him. However, in the next moment, a long whip strangely wrapped around his neck. The long whip contracted violently like a venomous snake and broke his throat on the spot. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Following the death of the middle-aged man, the high-level martial venerable, the rest were completely scared out of their wits. They knelt before Yi Chen and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. They were scared. They were really scared by Yi Chen's killing. Yi Chen said nothing. He charged over with the corpse on the whip and killed the remaining people one by one. In the end, there were a total of 8 corpses hanging on his whip. The people watching from afar were stunned by the scene. Some even peed their pants. To them, Yi Chen was not human. He was clearly an Asura who had returned from hell. He killed anyone he saw. Someone gulped and said, "Fortunately, he didn't kill us. Go to hell too." Yi Chen lifted his hand and waved dozens of wind blades. He killed the hundreds of ordinary people who were watching from the side without showing any mercy. Although they had no enmity with him, they deserved to die for using Yan Nanfei as a target for fun, as they were also Chinese. In the end, apart from Yi Chen, Yan Nanfei, and Du Chong, the originally crowded bar was filled with corpses. When Yi Chen's gaze landed on Du Chong felt like he had been bitten by a ferocious beast. His body shuddered violently. Spare me! Yi Chen pressed his palm on his head coldly and performed the soul-searching tactic to read his memories forcefully. In the end, his gaze that had finally calmed down turned cold again. Celestial Master Hall, you're courting death. P.S. Chapter 5. Today's update has been completed. Sorry for the long wait. I'd like to clarify that the update will be done at night every day. I'll update it once I'm done. I'm not satisfied with the chapter updates. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 809. Celestial Master Hall, you're courting death. In the night bar, Yi Chen lifted his head slowly as he faced the corpses on the ground. The killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. Through the soul-searching tactic on Du Chong, he found out that when Shang Santian entered the world, the Celestial Master Hall, the highest organization in China, chose to watch from the sidelines. However, they even announced that Yi Chen and the Yi family had betrayed the country. The most outrageous thing was that the Celestial Master Hall even ordered the Heavenly Palace to send people to hunt down and suppress anyone related to Yi Chen. It could be said that the Celestial Master Hall was determined to go down the same path as Shang Santian. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as the claws and teeth of Shang Santian. Yan Nanfei, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have been petrified. He stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, his gaze wandering back and forth between Du Chang and the other powerhouses of Shang Santian. His heart was in a state of turmoil. The people who died were all powerhouses of Shang Santian. The weakest among them was a beginner stage marshal, venerable. Even he, Yan Nanfei, who was once in the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard in China, was no match for someone like Du Chang. However, all of them were killed by Yi Qin at that moment. He struggled to stand up from the ground and knelt heavily before Yi Qin. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement. "Thank you for saving my life, Supreme Yi." He, Yan Nanfei, used to be unyielding. However, he could not stop his tears from flowing in front of Yi Qin. It was too tragic. As Shang Santian entered the world, the pillars of China like them, powerhouses on the heaven leaderboard, were either dead, injured, or surrendered. The originally peaceful Chinese cultivation world was almost wiped out. "Brother Yan, you don't have to do this." Yi Qin helped him up immediately. With a flick of his finger, a medicinal pill landed in his hand. He said guiltily, "At the end of the day, everything that happened to China today is because of me. Because of me, you guys have suffered." He was filled with respect for the man before him. Even though he was tortured by the enemy, he still protected the last shred of dignity of the Chinese cultivation world. "Supreme Yi." Yan Nanfei suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and begged, "Please save Commander Han and the rest." Ever since Shang Santian entered the world, we've been forcefully stripped of our military power by the Celestial Master Hull. Commander Han and the rest have been imprisoned. We don't even know if they're dead or alive. Yi Chen's eyes focused when he heard that. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. "I already know where they're locked up." At the same time, in an extremely secretive heavenly prison located in the capital, there were many steel cells that were as terrifying as steel beasts. There were many people of all kinds locked up in the steel cells. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely realize that the people in the prison were all on the Heaven Leaderboard of China. The Heaven Leaderboard of China only counted 50 powerhouses, but there were no less than 20 people locked up in the prison. At this moment, everyone's hands and feet were chained, and they sat on the ground expressionlessly. They did not beg for mercy, nor did they scream. They seemed very calm, as if they were calmly welcoming the arrival of death. They had been locked up for 2 days. In these 2 days, they had been tortured like hell on earth. The people of Shang Santian treated them like dogs and livestock. The goal was to destroy their bodies and minds and make them submit to them like dogs. In just 2 days, a few people could not withstand the torture and surrendered. There were also more than 10 people who did not even frown when they died. The price was that their lives would disappear from this world forever, and even their corpses would be fed to the dogs. Following the sound of keys opening the door, a young man in green led a few people in. When they saw the person, the eyes of Han Qinhu and the rest in the prison flashed with extreme humiliation and anger. It was because the young man was called Duanxing, a member of the Duan family of Shang Santian. He had become a high-level martial venerable at a young age. This time he was in charge of guarding the cultivators in the capital of China. It was this handsome and harmless young man who had tortured them crazily for the past 2 days. He had even raped many ordinary women in front of them. "Have you guys made up your mind?" Duanxing glanced at the people in the prison with a playful gaze and said, "Everyone here is the elite of the Chinese cultivation world. It's not easy for you to get to where you are today. Why do you have to sacrifice your lives for the so-called integrity?" At this point, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "As long as you're willing to submit to Shang Santian, not only can you live, but you can also enjoy wealth and glory. If you perform well, you'll even be rewarded by Shang Santian." After he finished speaking, no one in the prison made a sound, as if they did not hear him. They only looked at him coldly with mockery. At that moment, an old man walked out from behind him. Commander Han, Commander Lee. The old man sighed softly and looked at Han Chin-hu and the rest sincerely. Young Master Duan is right. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Why are you guys doing this? Even if you don't think for yourselves, you have to think for the future of the Chinese cultivation world, right? Seeing that everyone was indifferent, the old man said again, "Once you guys die, the Chinese cultivation world will be completely finished. Moreover, Mad Southern Yi is already dead. Do you still have any hope for him?" As his voice fell, Han Chin-hu slowly stood up in his cell. The old man was overjoyed. He thought that he had convinced him. So he went up to him and said with a smile, "Commander Han, it's you again." Bah! A mouthful of spittle landed heavily on his face. "Su Jianzhong." Han Chin-hu spat at him and sneered, "You cowardly piece of trash. You're a disgrace to the Chinese cultivation world. What right do you have to persuade us?" The old man was stunned. He wiped the sticky substance off his face and stared at Han Chin-hu in disbelief. You, how dare you talk to me about the hope of the Chinese cultivation world?" Han Chin-hu laughed out of extreme anger. "It's because of people like you that the Chinese cultivation world is truly hopeless. Moreover, how dare a traitor like you mention supremacy, Yi?" "That's right. A coward doesn't deserve to be with us. If I had known that this traitor was such a person, I would have killed him so that he wouldn't help the wicked and harm the Chinese cultivation world." Hearing Han Chin-hu's words, everyone in the prison spoke one after another. They pointed at Su Jianzhong's nose and scolded him with disdain. "Good, very good." Su Jianzhong's expression changed rapidly like a dye vat. In the end, he took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Duan Xing behind him. "Young Master Duan, these are a bunch of tough bones. I don't think there's any need to waste your breath on them. Torture them." Chapter 810. "I suggest we torture this old thing first." At this point, he slowly turned around and looked at Han Chin-hu with extreme resentment. "A bunch of shameless bastards. So what if I'm the dog of Shang Santian and young Master Duan? You finally admit that you're a lackey?" Li Yunxiao, who was in the prison, smirked in disdain. "If Supreme Yi was still here, people like you who betray their friends for glory would have died countless times." "Supreme Yi?" Su Jianzhong chuckled when he heard that. "The reason why the Chinese cultivation world is where it is today is all thanks to Mad Southern Yi. Unfortunately, this brat is dead." Su Jianzhong laughed out loud as he spoke. "It doesn't matter if he dies, but his family won't be able to escape. You guys still don't know that Shang Santian already knows where the remaining members of the Yi family are buried. I believe there will be an outcome today." He paused for a moment and looked at everyone gloatingly. "When the time comes, I'll let you guys see the fate of the remaining members of the Yi family, especially Mad Southern Yi's woman. I heard that she's quite good-looking. I'll definitely ravage her. Be *starred. You'll die a horrible death." "Traitor, aren't you afraid that Supreme Yi's spirit won't be destroyed and will come for your life sooner or later?" Han Chin-hu and the rest glared at him when they heard that. Duan Xing was happy to see that. He could not wait for the Chinese cultivation world to fall into internal strife. "Come for my life?" Su Jianzhong seemed to have heard something funny. "Even if Yi is still alive, I'm still not afraid, let alone dead." "Torture him," Duan Xing scoffed. Someone walked over immediately, opened the prison, and dragged Han Chin-hu, whose cultivation base was sealed, out. At the same time, a black urn appeared in Duan Xing's hand. As the lid was opened, a colorful spider slowly crawled out of the urn. As soon as they saw the colorful spider, everyone present subconsciously shuddered, as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast. "Let's play something different today." Duan Xing allowed the spider to crawl onto his palm and said, "This is a ghost spider. Its strength lies in the fact that it will drill into a person's ear and then crazily eat that person's brain. His expression became incomparably ferocious. During this period, that person won't die, but he will regret being born into this world. Su Jianzhong waved his hand. Bring him over. Han Qinhu couldn't help but reveal a look of despair, and then it was covered by a look of determination. Rather than be treated like an animal by all of you, I'd rather die. He closed his lips and was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, a series of screams suddenly rang out from outside. There was also a faint, pungent smell of blood. Not good, not good. A young man covered in blood stumbled in and knelt in front of Duan Xing. Young Master Duan, bad news! Duan Xing's expression changed. What happened? That person vomited blood and said, Someone killed their way in. What? Duan Xing was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to go out and take a look. However, in the next moment, he saw an extremely eerie aura slowly spreading from outside. The entire prison instantly fell into a chill, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. A skinny figure walked in from outside. Duan Xing stopped abruptly and looked up. It was a young man in black. His face was sharp, and his eyes were like lightning. A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from his body. He gave off a gloomy, bloodthirsty, and violent feeling. It was as if the other party was not a human, but a ghost that had escaped from hell. Duan Xing's brows twitched. He felt that Yi Chen was a little familiar. Just when he was about to ask, he suddenly heard an extremely sharp scream from Su Jianzhong, who was next to him. Why mad southerny? Su Jianzhong stared at the figure in the distance. His face was filled with shock. He could not believe his eyes. He happened to be there when Yi Chen killed the Million Killer on the Surge River. Therefore, he could not be more familiar with that figure. But didn't they say that he was dead? Why did he appear again? Plop! Su Jianzhong's body trembled violently. He fell to the ground in shock. He was not convinced by his arrogance earlier. He pointed at Yi Chen and stammered, Are you a human or a ghost? Supreme Yi. Han Qinhu, who was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide, was stunned as well. Could it be that Supreme Ye's spirit is still alive after his death? He couldn't bear to watch the Chinese cultivation world suffer such a calamity, so his spirit has returned? Even the Chinese cultivators in the prison behind him were stunned. They had been looking forward to seeing this familiar figure for a long time, especially after Shang Santian entered the world. They were even saddened that Yi Chen had died early. Otherwise, they would not have watched Shang Santian do whatever they wanted. He was the person they had been thinking about day and night. Now he had appeared. At the same time, Duan Xing took a deep breath in. He stared at Yi Chen, who was walking over step by step. Mad southerny, why you're not dead? However, Yi Chen acted like he did not hear him. He continued walking toward Han Qinhu and the rest without saying a word. With every step he took, it was as if he was stepping on Duan Xing and Su Jianzhong's hearts, causing them to find it difficult to breathe. Yi, even if you're a ghost, I'll destroy your soul today to avenge my cousin, Duan Tianling. A cold smile flashed across Duan Xing's ferocious face as he shouted in a low voice. His body was like lightning as he charged out, accompanied by the terrifying true energy fluctuation in his hand. A fist print was thrown at Yi Chen's head. Die! However, before he could get close to Yi Chen, he suddenly felt a saber gleam flash before his eyes. Subsequently, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his knees. In the next moment, he fell forward heavily, and the soft fist was less than an inch away from Yi Chen. Ah, my legs, my legs! Duan Xing screamed at the top of his lungs. He looked at his thighs in fear, only to see that his thighs below the knees were gone. Less than 2 steps away from him, there were 2 badly mutilated legs that were spewing blood. Su Jianzhong, who was standing at the side, was horrified when he saw that. I'm a ghost. Yi Chen looked down at him coldly. I'm a ghost that has returned from hell. I'm here to claim your life, to claim Shang Santian's life. Why you? Duan Xing looked at him with a twisted expression. Why don't you go first? Yi Chen held Duan Xing's fist that was less than an inch away from him gently. Don't worry, I'll send everyone from your Duan family down to accompany you, including your parents, your wife, and even a cockroach from your family. Chapter 8:11. Duan Xing's body trembled as he begged, No, don't kill me. Mad Southern Yi, spare my lowly life. I'm willing to be your dog. At that moment, he finally knew the difference between him and Yi Chen. Even a pseudo-emperor was no match for him, let alone a high-level martial venerable. I'm sorry, you're worse than a dog. Yi Chen flicked his finger, and a fingerprint condensed in the air immediately. Subsequently, it pierced through his head. Duan Xing's pupils finally stopped in the last moment of fear, and his body went limp. From the moment Yi Chen entered to the moment Duan Xing died, the entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. When Han Qinhu and the rest reacted, they looked at Yi Chen with fanaticism in their eyes. Supreme Yi! Supreme Yi! Supreme Yi! Everyone, including Han Qinhu, was shouting Yi Chen's name crazily. Everyone's faces were flushed, and they felt like their blood was boiling. To them, Yi Chen was a legend in the Chinese cultivation world. He was also a legend in their hearts. He was their idol and their faith. Now that the legend had returned, it meant that the hope of the Chinese cultivation world was still there. How could they not be excited? Yi Chen turned around slowly and glanced at every face in the prison in shame. He felt suffocated. He took a deep breath in and bowed to everyone. His powerful voice was heard. I've implicated all of you. I hereby apologize to all of you. With that, he waved his sleeve, and dozens of formation flags landed around the prison. With a flash of light, the formation flags combined one by one, eventually turning into an incomparably magnificent formation. Dozens of medicinal pills and mystic stones shot out from the prison and landed in everyone's hands one after another. The origin energy was like a dragon, and the fragrance of medicinal pills filled the air. Han Qinhu and the rest were surprised. What's this? They did not know anything about mystic stones, which were cultivation items for martial artists in the ancient, desolate realm. The only thing they could feel was that the mystic stones were filled with endless origin energy of heaven and earth. Yi Chen said slowly as he met everyone's gaze, You guys have suffered serious injuries. I've specially set up this formation to help you guys heal. Take the medicinal pills quickly and absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth in the mystic stones. You can also use the power of the formation to break through your cultivation. What? Everyone was shocked, but without hesitation, they sat down cross-legged and swallowed the pills one by one. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi, heed my command. Yi Chen grabbed at the sky from afar. The heaven and earth origin energy within 50 kilometers boiled and turned into light spots that gathered in his hand. Go. He waved his hand, and the world's origin energy, which was so condensed that it was almost tangible, surged into the formation before being absorbed by Han Qinhu and the others. At that moment, Han Qinhu and the rest felt their dried dantian fill up again. In fact, it was even more than before. With the help of Yi Chen's medicinal pills, they chose to break through the martial Dao barrier. Boom! As the thunder-like Yuan Qi ripples spread out, everyone's bodies trembled violently, and there was the sound of beans being fried coming from their bodies. This was the sound of the wall breaking. Han Qinhu was the first to break through. He went from a peak stage martial Dao master to a beginner stage martial venerable. In the end, he even broke through to an intermediate stage martial venerable. He was ecstatic. I've become a martial honor. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh was heard. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and said excitedly, I have also become a martial honored realm. I've become a peak stage martial Dao master. At that moment, all the 20-odd people in the prison broke through. Among them, Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, Pang Yuanqing, and the other top 10 martial Dao masters on the heaven leaderboard stepped into the martial, venerable stage. As for the rest who were ranked lower on the heaven leaderboard and were weaker, they also stepped into the martial Dao master stage. "Thank you, Venerable Yi." "Thank you, Venerable Yi." At that moment, everyone bowed to him. Apart from fanaticism, there was more gratitude in their eyes. Although they did not know what the mystic stone that Yi Qin gave them was, they knew that not only did Yi Qin not die this time, he even brought them great fortune. Not only did Yi Qin save them, he even helped them. When Su Jianzhang saw that, his eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If he had not submitted to Duanxing, he would have benefited a lot today. Everyone. Yi Qin raised his hand to stop them. He glanced at everyone and said in an extremely cold voice, "Are you willing to follow me to kill all of Shang Santian and defend the dignity of the Chinese cultivation world?" Plop! Han Qinhu was the first to kneel on one knee. He clasped his fists and looked at Yi Qian with a flushed face. "I'm willing to follow you, Venerable Yi. I'll kill all of Shang Santian and defend the dignity of the Chinese cultivation world." Plop! Plop! At that moment, the 20-odd people present knelt on one knee at the same time. Hot tears rolled down their rough faces. "We're willing to follow you, Venerable Yi. We'll kill all of Shang Santian and defend the dignity of the Chinese cultivation world." As they shouted in unison and forceful, their voices were hoarse and exhausted. Their faces and gazes were filled with hatred. Before Shang Santian entered the world, some of them did not even know about the existence of Shang Santian. Therefore, they were arrogant and narrow-minded. However, after Shang Santian entered the world, they witnessed the difference and fear. The strength that they used to be proud of was no different from an ant in the eyes of Shang Santian. They hated Shang Santian for causing chaos in China and ruining their lives. They hated that countless people had died in the hands of Shang Santian. They hated themselves for being useless. Now that Yi Qian had returned, it was equivalent to giving them hope. As long as there was a sliver of hope, they were willing to support the future of the Chinese cultivation world, even if they had to die. Under this aura, Su Jianzhang, who was at the side, knelt on one knee. "Supreme Yi, I'll follow you too. I'll slay Shang Santian and defend the dignity of the Chinese cultivation world." King Shang Santian is too much. As soon as he said that, Han Qinhu and the rest glared at him and cursed, "Shameless!" Yi Qian's eyes squinted after understanding Su Jianzhang's behavior. "How dare a traitor like you follow me?" Meeting his gaze, Su Jianzhang's heart was broken. He hurriedly said, "Venerable Yi, listen to my explanation. I was pretending to surrender. In reality, I wanted to do something for the Chinese cultivation world. Die." Before he could finish, Yi Qian stretched his hand and crushed him into a bloody mist. "You betrayed your country for glory. You deserve to die." Chapter 812. Near a swamp in Tiannan, China. At that moment, an old figure was frantically fleeing in the forest. As the figure moved, countless leaves on the ground would be lifted up, and a trace of blood would spill along the way. Plop! In the end, the person stepped into the swamp and his body sank, as if an invisible hand was dragging him down. Blurg! The old man spat a mouthful of blood and watched helplessly as his body sank deeper and deeper. He could not help but reveal despair. "Master, I'm useless, I'm useless." If Yi Qian was there, he would realize that it was Inshi, the Thai black magic master that he had subdued in Hong Kong. At that moment, Inshi's body was covered in blood. One of his eyes was a bloody mess, as if it had been pierced by a sharp arrow. After Shang Santian descended on Lin City and destroyed the Yi family, he received the news. Therefore, he rushed to Lin City from afar to rescue them, but he found out that the Yi family had already escaped. The news made him happy and sad at the same time. He was happy that someone from the Yi family was still alive, but he was sad that Lin Tai had died in battle. The Yi family villa had been occupied by Shang Santian, and the spiritual medicine mountain and the other Yi family forces had betrayed them. He did not dare to expose his identity, so he could only disguise himself as a Tai and secretly inquire about the whereabouts of the Yi family. Other than that, he did something else. He killed people from Shang Santian. He knew that he was still a step away from the venerable stage, so he often assassinated in secret. Whether it was poison or black magic master, he could be said to have resorted to all means. In just 2 days, he had killed like a madman. A total of 30 martial Dao masters had died in his hands, and there were as many as 8 beginner-stage martial venerables. He had even poisoned an intermediate-stage martial venerable. However, he was still exposed in the end. Half an hour ago, Shang Santian had used 5 martial Dao masters as bait to trick him. He had fallen into the trap that the other party had set up in advance due to his carelessness. He had risked his life to break out of the encirclement. Even so, he had still lost an eye and was seriously injured. Other than his head, the rest of his body had sunk into the swamp. Inshur could not help but smile in shame. Master, Inshur did not betray you. However, Inshur was incompetent. I was unable to avenge you and the Yi family. He was tired and had no strength left. All he wanted was to die quietly and follow Yi Qin in hell. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly shot out from the forest beside the swamp. The leader was a blind old man. It was the intermediate-level martial venerable who had been blinded by Inshur. I was just wondering why I suddenly couldn't see you. I thought you grew wings and flew away. It turns out that you are trapped in the quagmire. The blind old man took a step forward and sized Inshur up with a faint smile. Old brat, you're quite ruthless. In just 2 days, you've killed many people from Shang Santian. Inshur knew that he was going to die. He could not help but smile coldly. Kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, as long as I don't die, Shang Santian will never have peace. Kill you? The blind old man laughed out of extreme anger. You've killed so many people from Shang Santian. Wouldn't it be too easy for you if I let you die just like that? With that, he leaped and arrived beside Inshur as if he was walking on flat ground. He slapped the swamp with his palm, and Inshur was immediately sent flying by the huge palm force. Before he could react, 2 martial venerables forcefully restrained him. One of them even pointed a finger at his dantian's sea of qi, forcefully crippling his cultivation base. The blind old man waved his hand and said coldly, "Bring him back. I want him to beg for death." In the Yi family's villa in Lin City, Tiannan, China, ever since they moved into Shang Santian, the Yi family's villa had changed drastically. Instead of calling it a villa, it was more like a torture chamber. This was because some members of the Star Pavilion and those related to the Yi family were not killed after being captured. Instead, they were brought to the Yi family's villa to be tortured. The Yi family's villa had a total of 5 intermediate-level martial venerables and 2 advanced-level martial venerables guarding it. No one in China dared to barge in with such power. In a spacious room in the Yi family's villa, it was eerie and cruel. The room was filled with torture instruments. Corpses were stripped and hung in the air. There were countless wounds on their bodies. After Inshur was brought back, he was also hung in the torture chamber. All sorts of torture instruments were placed in front of him, including a red-hot soldering iron. The blind old man instructed a person beside him, "Check and see if this old thing has anything to commit suicide with, such as poison in his teeth." The person walked over and forcefully opened Inshur's mouth. He took a look and said, "Senior Lin, I can't tell if there's poison in his teeth." "It's very simple." The blind old man fiddled with a soldering iron in the fire as he said without raising his head, "Pull out all his teeth and cut off his tongue." The man smiled cruelly. He shattered Inshur's teeth on the spot and tore off his tongue. To his disappointment, Inshur did not let out a single scream, even though he was in extreme pain. "At least you have some backbone." The blind old man could not help but take another look at him. Then he took out the red-hot soldering iron in his hand from the fire. I wonder how long you can last." Beside him, a 15 or 16-year-old young man watched this scene with excitement. It was as if the scene before him was some kind of feast. Sensing the excitement in his eyes, the blind old man's pupils constricted. Then he recalled something and said with a smile, "Zhao Xiaotian, I'll give you a chance." Zhao Xiaotian immediately said, "Please give me your orders, sir." The blind old man said with a faint smile, "You'll be the one to torture this old thing. As long as you can make him scream, I can order someone to teach you martial arts." Zhao Xiaotian was overjoyed when he heard that. A hint of resentment flashed across his young features. "All right, sir. I'll definitely do it." After saying that, he took the red-hot soldering iron from the blind old man's hand and slowly walked to Inshur. "Old thing, you'd better scream if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." He initially thought that Inshur, who had lost his tongue and teeth, would not be able to speak. He did not expect him to know ventriloquism. "I know you. Master has instructed me more than once to take care of you, secretly. I didn't expect you to be an ungrateful wretch." "Take care of me?" Zhao Xiaotian smirked coldly. "Do you think I don't know that Yi has ulterior motives for me? If I'm not mistaken, he's the same as that pervert Huang. They've taken a fancy to my stepmother's beauty." As soon as he said that, the soldering iron in his hand was imprinted on Inshur's chest. At that moment, the room was filled with black smoke and the stench of burnt flesh. However, Inshur did not make a sound. "Are you going to scream or not?" Zhao Xiaotian's face flushed as he glanced at him. However, what he got in return was Inshur's disdainful gaze. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Once again, he imprinted a red-hot soldering iron on Inshur's body. "Are you going to scream or not? I told you not to scream. I don't believe that you're made of iron." After half an hour, Inshur no longer looked human. His aura was gradually weakening, but he never screamed. On the contrary, Zhao Xiaotian was torturing him crazily. This scene shocked the blind old man. Clearly, he did not expect Zhao Xiaotian to be more ruthless than him at such a young age. Zhao Xiaotian turned around with a ferocious expression and said, "Sir, I suggest we change our method. We might as well cut this old man into 1,000 pieces. Only then will he feel the pain." Just as the blind old man was about to refuse, his phone suddenly rang. He could not help but pick it up. However, he heard a stuttering voice. "Senior Lin, a mad Southern, Yi has killed his way in." The blind old man exclaimed. The phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. "What? Mad Southern Yi?" The words "mad Southern Yi" that came out of his mouth caused Inshur's body, who was about to die, to suddenly tremble. Then he looked out of the torture chamber as if he had regained his consciousness. His master was not dead, and he had returned. Surging tears slowly flowed out of his bloody eyes, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. However, he still smiled. Zhao Xiaotian was completely stunned. He did not expect that man to still be alive. P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update has been completed. We'll continue tomorrow. Please recommend and monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 813. Tiananmen City, above the Yi family's villa. Countless people from Shangsantian surged out. When they looked up, their expressions changed. Above them, a large group of people stood in the air. Monstrous, murderous auras surged out from their bodies. It was as if they were corporeal, causing the world to freeze at this moment. When the peak stage Marshal Venerable, who was in charge of guarding this place, leaped out and looked at the group in the sky, extreme shock surged out from his eyes. He could feel the killing intent, the extreme killing intent. What shocked him the most was not the 20-odd people in the sky, but the black-clothed young man at the front of the group. It was that young man who had almost scared him out of his wits. Why mad Southern Yi? The peak stage Marshal Venerable took a deep breath in and stared at Yi-chan in the sky. "Why aren't you dead?" He could not believe his eyes. Yi Chen ignored his shock at all. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness and sensed the weak auras of Inshur and the rest. The killing intent in his eyes increased several times. Then he waved his hand abruptly and said in an indifferent voice, "Attack! Don't let a single one of them go!" The Patriarch of Hell stretched lazily and said, as if he was not interested, "Do you want them dead or alive?" "Alive." Hearing that, the Patriarch of Hell immediately grinned sinisterly. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the peak stage Marshal Venerable. Kill. At the same time, Han Qinhu, who had already broken through to intermediate stage Marshal Venerable, shouted and led the crowd to the ground. He charged into Shang Santian's camp like a humanoid beast. A huge battle broke out. The Patriarch of Hell waved his sleeve and immediately charged at the peak stage Marshal Venerable. I've never killed a peak stage Marshal Venerable after breaking through. Today I'll use you to practice. Impudent. The peak stage Marshal Venerable could not help but fly into a rage when he saw that. He hurriedly circulated his true energy and retreated. He threw a punch at the Patriarch of Hell with all his might. Bang! The peak stage Marshal Venerable spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. All his internal organs were shattered in that instant. When he looked at the Patriarch of Hell again, his gaze was filled with shock. Pseudo-emperor. Only a pseudo-emperor almighty could easily defeat a top-notch Marshal Venerable like him. However, when did a pseudo-emperor almighty appear by mad Southern Ye's side? You're too weak. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring let out a strange laugh. Then he stepped forward again and grabbed him. I'm not even interested in killing you. At this moment, the peak-level Marshal Venerable suddenly roared, Senior Duan, what are you waiting for? As soon as these words came out, the entire Yi family's villa shook violently. A silhouette shot into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow. Subsequently, a gigantic palm print descended from the sky and headed straight for Yi Chen. Pseudo-emperor? A hint of excitement flashed in Patriarch Yellow Spring's eyes. Just when he was about to attack, he realized that the palm print was heading for Yi Chen. He could not help but reveal a strange expression. So, you think fellow Yi is weaker than the Patriarch? When the peak martial saint noticed the abnormality in Xiao Chen's expression, an uneasy feeling suddenly flashed in his heart. To him, although Yi Chen was still alive, he was at most a peak-level Marshal Venerable. The reason why he dared to come back was because he had the support of the pseudo-emperor, the Patriarch of Yellow Spring. However, the Patriarch of Yellow Spring's strange smile caused his expression to change, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. In reality, the pseudo-emperor of the Duan family in the sky had the same thought as him. That was why he had held back for so long. He wanted to capture Yi Chen first. You overestimate yourself. Yi Chen scoffed coldly in the face of the gigantic palm print. Subsequently, he extended his hand and turned it into a giant hand that could hold up the sky, breaking the opponent's attack immediately. Oh no! The pseudo-emperor in the sky had a drastic change of expression when he saw that. At that moment, he finally realized that Yi Chen was not that simple. He wanted to break the space rift and leave by instinct as he thought to this point. However, Yi Chen's big hand had already grabbed him at that moment. As an irresistible force came, he was grabbed by Yi Chen and placed on the ground. Yi Chen held his throat gently as a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Old thing, do you feel at ease living in my Yi family villa? In the eyes of the pseudo-emperor of the Duan family, his smile was like a devil's, making one's heart palpitate. At that moment, a trace of fear finally appeared on the pseudo-emperor's face. How did you become so powerful? One had to know that he was a pseudo-emperor. With such strength, he would be a top-notch powerhouse even in the 10 ancient clans, let alone the secular world of China. Who could compete with him other than an emperor stage cultivator? However, he was captured by Yi Qin so easily. How could he not be shocked? It's all thanks to Shang Santian. Yi Chen's tone was cold. He then flicked his finger and pierced through his dantian's sea of qi instantly. With a deflating sound, the pseudo-emperor became a cripple. The Duan family's martial emperor had a ferocious expression as he said viciously, "Little bastard, I won't let you off from Shang Santian." He had sacrificed too much to cultivate to the pseudo-emperor stage. However, he was crippled by Yi Qin now. He almost fainted. As the pseudo-emperor of the Duan family was crippled, the rest of the people from Shang Santian finally reacted. They screamed, "Run!" Patriarch crippled them all. "Don't let a single one of them escape." Yi Qin ordered and charged into the Yi family villa. When Inshur, who was hanging in the air, saw the familiar face, he could not help but shout with his last breath, "And master, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." "Don't say anything." Yi Qin took a step forward and waved his hand to remove the restraints on his hand. Subsequently, he pressed his palm on his chest and channeled true origin energy into his body to heal him. However, when his gaze landed on the cold corpses at the side, he could not help but twitch. These were all members of the Star Pavilion, and some of them were Lin Tai's subordinates. He did not expect them to end up like this. Not long after, the Patriarch of Hell led the crowd in and laughed. "Fellow Yi, these people have been crippled by the Patriarch. What should we do next?" Behind him, Han Qinhu and the rest were covered in blood. Even though some people were injured because of this, most people's eyes flickered with excitement. They had used their strength to prove that Shang Santian was not as powerful as they had imagined. "Collect the corpses of those who died because of me and bury them properly. At the same time, announce to the outside world that I, Yi Chun, am back." Yi Chun glanced at the members of the Star Pavilion who had died tragically. Extreme murderous intent came from the depths of his pitch-black eyes. "I declare war on Shang Santian. I, Yi Chun, am back to collect my debt." Chapter 814, 2018, 13th of December. The number one person in China, the number one person in Southeast Asia, Mad Southern Yi, who had died a long time ago, returned to Tianan, defeated the pseudo-emperor of Shang Santian, and declared war on Shang Santian at the same time. When the news spread, the entire world fell silent. Apart from the dead silence, the entire China and even the entire world was in an uproar. It was as if a nuclear weapon had been thrown into the world. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking heaven and earth and shocking the world. What? Mad Southern Yi isn't dead. All the countries were shocked, and all the major corporations were petrified. Countless world giants were shocked. This news was too shocking. The country that was most shocked was none other than Hua. Countless people in the Chinese cultivation world knelt on the ground on the spot when they heard the news. They looked up to the sky and cried tears of excitement. With Shang Santian's entry into the world, China was in complete chaos. All the cultivation sects were suppressed. The upper echelons of the various forces were either dead or surrendered. Even those who were lucky enough to survive lived in fear all day long. They could do nothing about the current chaos in the Chinese cultivation world. As Yi Chun returned and the shocking news of defeating the pseudo-emperor of Shang Santian spread, they saw hope and the future of the Chinese cultivation world like rain after a long drought. It was because the name Mad Southern Yi was a legend to the Chinese cultivation world. He was more like a giant pillar that supported the future of the Chinese cultivation world. I've said it since the beginning. As the undefeated Mad Southern, Yi Chun has won every battle since his debut. He has never been defeated. How can he die so easily? The number one person in China, Mad Southern Yi, is still alive. Now that the king has returned, the heavens have not forsaken the Chinese cultivation world. In the main hall of Mao Shan, an old Taoist priest in green cried as he faced the disciples. Countless young men sat before him, and their faces were filled with excitement. A young man who had just entered the sect said hesitantly, "Master, I heard that there's a martial emperor in Shang Santian. Is Mad Southern Yi a match for a martial emperor?" As soon as that was said, the expressions of the others changed slightly. Clearly, the young man had spoken out their worries. The old Taoist priest paused for a moment before he said with a smile, "Since Mad Southern Yi can defeat a pseudo-emperor, I believe his strength is no weaker than the pseudo-emperor. I believe in him." It was a scene like this. Almost at the same time, they appeared all over China. In Yao Huayuan's room on the spiritual medicine mountain, Yao Bingyue quickly pushed the door open and entered. She said excitedly, "Father, I asked Senior by Kuei earlier. He said that Shang Santian has a chance to help us recover our youthful looks." Yao Huayuan was in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "It's true." Yao Bingyue said with certainty, "Senior by Kuei has been staying at our spiritual medicine mountain these days, and we've satisfied him with everything. He definitely won't lie to us." "That's good, that's good." Yao Huayuan's spirit jolted, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. "Did Senior White say when he would help us regain our youth?" Meeting his gaze, Yao Bingyue smiled. "Senior Bai said that he would put in a good word for us in front of the Bai clan after the Yi clan survivors are all captured." At this point, a hint of schadenfreude flashed across her eyes. Senior Shaokuin had already brought his men to the northeast a long time ago. "I believe he has already captured the remnants of the Yi family and is on his way back." Just as she was speaking, a young man rushed in a panic. "Young mistress, bad news, bad news!" "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Yao Bingyue's expression turned grim, and she immediately berated, "Could it be that you've offended those big shots in Shang Santian?" "And no," the young man stammered. It's Mad Southern Yi who's back. He's killed his way back to Tianan." "What?" Yao Bingyue and her father's expressions changed drastically. In the basement of the Morong residence in Ganzhou, Morong Shui, who was dressed in splendid clothes, sized up Hui Yushan and his daughter through the cage. "Hua, I, Morong Shui, am now the head of the Morong family. If you know what's good for you, submit to me as soon as possible so that you can live. Ms. Morong, you may leave." Hui Yushan, who was in the cage, looked at her weakly with a disheveled face. "The reason why I was able to become a martial Dao master was all thanks to Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi appointed Ms. Yu Sha as the head of the Morong family, I will be loyal to her." "My father is right." Huasisi, who was beside him, was not as smart as before. However, she still said with a cold smile on her face, "Your background as the head of the Morong family is unknown. You still want us to submit to you? Just give up. You guys are simply refusing a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Morong Shui was furious when she heard that. A ferocious expression flashed across her exquisite features. "Men, kill them all!" As soon as she said that, two members of the Morong family opened the prison door. Each of them held a rope in their hands. Clearly, they wanted to extort Hui Yushan and his daughter. At that moment, her phone rang. She frowned and picked it up. Before she could speak, an extremely terrified voice came from the phone. "And Master, Mad Southern Yi is back!" Clatter. Morong Shui was stunned on the spot. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and the phone in her hand fell to the ground. At the headquarters of the Celestial Master Hall, furious roars could be heard. "Impossible! This is impossible! Why isn't Yi dead?" As the fourth high priest of the Celestial Master Hall, Jiang Jingyang was panting heavily. His face was flushed as if someone was strangling him. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there was a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes. Not only did Mad Southern Yi not die, he even defeated the pseudo-emperor. How shocking was that? One had to know that the Celestial Master Hall had been established for nearly 100 years. The four high priests were all peerless powerhouses from the Qing dynasty. Only the high priest, Qin Tulong, had stepped into the emperor stage. Thinking to this point, he hurriedly turned around and looked at the masked man sitting on the armchair behind him. "Second High Priest, what should we do? What should we do?" He was really panicking. After all, the Celestial Master Hall had done too many disgraceful things before Yi Qin returned. For example, they announced that the Yi family had betrayed the country, helped Shang Santian capture people related to Yi Qin, and even crippled Li Xuanji. All of these were enough to make the Celestial Master Hall fall into eternal damnation. Even he, Jiang Zhenyang, would not be able to escape death. What's the hurry? The masked man spoke slowly with an extremely hoarse voice. Since Mad Southern Yi can defeat the pseudo-emperor, it at most means that his battle prowess isn't inferior to the pseudo-emperor's. Don't forget that I reached the pseudo-emperor stage 50 years ago. As soon as he said that, Jiang Zhenyang came back to his senses. He said with a clear voice, "That's right, Second High Priest, you're also a pseudo-emperor. You're not afraid of Mad Southern Yi at all. Moreover, there's still Shang Santian." Chapter 815. Tianan, Lin City, Yi Family Villa. While the outside world was shocked by the news of Yi Chen's return, Yi Chen stared coldly at the young man kneeling before him. The young man was Zhao Xiaotian. Yi Chen's expression was terrible. Even though he knew that Zhao Xiaotian was rebellious, he did not expect him to betray the Yi family in exchange for a bargaining chip to join Shang Santian. He even used him as an executioner to torture Yinshe. Such a person was rotten to the core. Zhao Xiaotian kowtowed crazily and explained while trembling with fear, "Master, I was forced to do this. You must believe me. When Yi Chen returned to Lin City and captured all the powerhouses from Shang Santian who were guarding the Yi family villa, he knew that he was finished. He tried to escape secretly, but he was immediately caught by Han Qinhu and the rest. Then Yinshe told them everything he had done. The Patriarch of Hell watched everything quietly from the side. Yi Qin took a deep breath in and resisted the urge to slap him to death. He turned his head and said to the Patriarch of Hell, "I'll leave this person to you." With that, he stood up and walked out. No matter what, Zhao Xiaotian was ultimately the Patriarch's chosen cauldron. He had been sentenced to death from the beginning, so it made no difference whether he killed him or not. As soon as he left, Zhao Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly knelt before the Patriarch of Hell and tried his best to curry favor. "Uncle Huang, please let me go on account of my mother. Don't kill me. Silly child." The Patriarch of Hell gently placed his hand on his head and said lovingly, "Uncle Huang and your mother are friends. How could I bear to kill you? Besides, you're young, so it's inevitable for you to make mistakes." "Thank you, Uncle Huang, thank you." When Zhao Xiaotian heard that, he kowtowed to the Patriarch of Hell a few more times. A hint of pride flashed in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect the Patriarch of Hell to be so soft-hearted. Patriarch Yellow Spring took out a pill nonchalantly and said, "Uncle Huang, I've brought you a gift this time." "What is this? It smells so good." Zhao Xiaotian widened his eyes as he looked at the black medicinal pill. He felt much more energetic after taking a breath. "Haven't you always wanted to cultivate?" Patriarch Yellow Spring chuckled and pinched his face. "This pill is a gift from Uncle Huang. Once you eat it, you'll be able to cultivate." "Really?" A hint of vigilance suddenly appeared in Zhao Xiaotian's excited eyes. He felt that Patriarch Yellow Spring was suddenly treating him too well. "Of course it's real." When Patriarch Yellow Spring noticed his abnormality, he calmly took out another black pill and swallowed it. "Look, I've eaten it too. It's not poisonous." In the end, Zhao Xiaotian could not resist the temptation of the pill. He reached out and took the pill. After hesitating for a moment, he swallowed it. The next moment, he lost consciousness and stood there blankly. His eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. Patriarch Yellow Spring's gentle expression suddenly turned cold. "You evil creature, I didn't have the heart to possess you after I came out of my seclusion. but your actions are too disappointing. After eating my black demon pill, your consciousness will be extremely weak. This way, the success rate of my possession will be higher. Even though you've never been filial to your mother, don't worry. I'll take good care of her for you." With a faint sigh, the patriarch turned into a ray of light and entered Zhao Xiaoqin's glabella. Night fell, and it began to drizzle. A white cloth was hung in the living room of the Yi residence. There were 4 black and white photos on the table at the front, and there were 4 ice coffins below. It was a temporary mourning hall that Yi Qin had ordered people to build. It was a mourning hall for second uncle, second aunt, Niu Qingshan and Lin Tai. He had used the soul-searching tactic on the people from Shang Santian that he had captured to retrieve the 4 incomplete corpses. Among them, second aunt Lin Tai and Niu Qingshan's corpses were considered complete. The only thing that pained Yi Qin was that second uncle's corpse was destroyed. Even his head was gone. In the mourning hall, Yi Wen, who was dressed in white, knelt on the ground and cried nonstop. Beside her were some of Lin Tai's former subordinates. They also looked sad. Outside the Yi residence villa, there were more than 3,000 people guarding quietly. No one held an umbrella, allowing the rain to hit their bodies. They looked in the direction of the mourning hall, silently. They were all Lin Tai's subordinates. As they were all ordinary people, Shang Santian did not bother to deal with them. Therefore, after the Yi family's accident, most of them survived. 100 steps away from the 3,000 people, there was a police car parked quietly. There were 2 people sitting in the car. They were a middle-aged man and a young man. The young man glanced at the 3,000 people in the distance through the windshield. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Captain Wu, are we just going to watch?" Captain Wu slowly lit a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he snapped, "Brat, what else do you want?" "No." The young man panicked. "Captain Wu, why don't you understand what I mean? Isn't this considered an illegal gathering? The higher-ups won't allow this. What if they cause trouble? Illegal gathering." Captain Wu's hand that was holding the cigarette froze slightly. He then looked at him with a forced smile. "Then tell me, what's an illegal gathering? How many people gather together to be considered an illegal gathering? Do they have a parade or a demonstration? Do they disrupt social order?" But they didn't apply for it. Apply? Do you believe that they can get it in minutes? The young man was speechless. A few seconds later, he said weakly, "Captain Wu, I heard that the one who died was the biggest underground young man." Captain Wu suddenly looked at him seriously and said, "You've just graduated from the police academy. There are some things you don't understand, so don't make random comments. Learn more about everything, understand?" The young man felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Yes. Captain Wu put out his cigarette and closed the car door. "Let's go. We're done here. Let's go back for supper. I heard that the haggis soup tastes pretty good at the night market on West Street. It's my treat." But the young man opened his mouth. "Let's go. It's windy and raining. People are going to die in the Yi residence's villa." Yi Chun was folding lanterns quickly. After each lantern was folded, he would pick up a pen and paper and write Lin Tai and the rest's birthdays on it. Humans had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 souls were the heaven soul, earth soul, and life soul. After a person died, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would leave the body. The heaven soul would return to heaven, the earth soul would return to earth, and the life soul would wander in the cemetery. They were what people called ghosts. If Lin Tai and the rest had just died, Yi Qin might have a way to resurrect them. However, he had missed the best time. After all, the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls had dispersed. He could only try to gather their souls through soul summoning. At that moment, Yang Tian walked in quickly and said with a grim expression, "Oldie, we've found Lin Tai's woman, but—" Chapter 816. Yi Qin could not help but lift his eyes to look at him when he heard that. He frowned and said, "But what?" Before that, he had asked Yang Tian to look for Lin Tai's woman. Although Lin Tai was dead, Yi Qin wanted to protect the only bloodline he had left behind. Come with me for a while. Yang Tian sighed softly and led Yi Qin out. A few people were looking at a woman on the ground, quietly at the back of the mountain at the Yi residence's villa. The woman had a big belly and was no longer breathing. Her face was pale. She was not beautiful, but she was delicate. A hint of sadness flashed through Yi Chen's eyes when he arrived. He then said in a deep voice, "She's Lin Tai's woman?" Yi Chen had betrayed the Yi family for this woman. In the end, he could not protect this woman. Yes. Yang Tian nodded slightly and said in pain, "We just found out. This woman has been dead for at least a day. It's a pity for the child in her stomach." Surprise flashed across Yi Chen's face when he took a closer look. The child in her stomach is still alive. The child in her stomach is still alive. Really? Yang Tian was stunned when he heard that. Then he leaned over and placed his ear on the woman's abdomen to listen for a while. Then he was extremely excited. Heartbeat, there's still a heartbeat. This child is really still alive. He grabbed Yi Chen's hand after saying that and said while crying, "Oldie, I don't care what you do. You must protect this child. He's Lin Tai's only bloodline." I know. Yi Qin was a little excited too. He took a deep breath in and said, "Turn around. I'll definitely protect this child." Everyone turned around immediately. Even so, their hearts were in turmoil, especially Yang Tian. He had the best relationship with Lin Tai, and he cared more about the child in his stomach than his own son. Time passed extremely slowly. Just when Yang Tian could not take it anymore, he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. He could not help but turn around and see a wrinkled baby with purple skin in Yi Chen's arms. Yang Tian went up to him immediately and sized up the child. His eyes were filled with tears as he said, "It's a baby. Ha ha ha, Atai, can you see this in heaven? Your son is fine. Look at that nose. It really looks like Atai. And the lips?" Yang Tian calmed himself down a while later. He said to Yi Qin while carrying the child, "Oldie, why don't you give this child a name? Lin Tai was considered a formidable person when he was alive." After pondering for a while, Yi Qin looked at the child in his arms and said, "Let's just call this child Lin Xiao. I hope he can become a peerless hero like his father in the future." "Good, Lin Xiao." Yang Tian also laughed out loud. "This child will be with my Hao Hao from now on. He is my son, and he will definitely be extraordinary in the future." After returning to the Yi residence villa, Yi Chen ordered more people to make 1,000 lanterns. Subsequently, he ordered people to bring all 1,000 lanterns outside the villa. Under the pouring rain, Yi Chen stood outside the Yi residence's villa and looked at the 3,000 people guarding outside with a cold expression. "You guys form groups of 3. Each group will hold a lantern and spread out to Lin City overnight. Call the spirits, according to the incantation I taught you. You must come back before the rooster crows." Yes, the 3,000 people responded in unison and opened their umbrellas. They protected a lantern in groups of 3 and spread out, shouting, "Where can the wandering souls stay? The deserted paths, temples, forests, mountains, cemeteries, rivers. Listen to my call and come back quickly." On the other hand, Yi Chen returned to the villa and set up a large-scale spirit summoning formation. There were 4 paper dolls that were half the height of a person standing in the spirit summoning formation. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. With a flick of his finger, the oil lamps around the formation lit up. Subsequently, he formed a seal with both hands. Heaven and hell are one door. The door is nothing more than 3 clouds, and it's hard to find the 5 forms Qi in the clouds. At the next moment, the sky above the Yi residence villa suddenly changed color, or powder flew everywhere, and the stars and moon moved. It was as if a vast door had been opened, and countless streams of light changed within it. At the same time, in the violent wind, dots of light shot towards the Yi residence villa from afar, and finally entered the 4 paper dolls. After the rooster crowed the next day, Yi Chen's face was extremely pale. He could not help but mutter after spitting a mouthful of blood, "How could this be? How could this be?" He wanted to summon the souls of second uncle, Lin Tai, and the other three through the spirit summoning formation. However, to his disappointment, only 2 of their souls and 4 of their souls had returned. There was still 1 soul and 3 physical souls that did not move. The 1 soul and 3 physical souls that did not return were the life soul of the 3 souls, as well as Corpse Dog, Fu Shi, and Tuoba of the 7 physical souls. These 4 people's 1 spiritual soul and 3 physical bodies seemed to have healed, and they were unable to return. This scene was really too strange. It can't be such a coincidence. Yi Chen consumed a medicinal pill. After recovering some true origin energy, his expression could not stop changing unless the soul and 3 physical souls are estranged, so they can't return. Thinking to this point, a trace of hostility suddenly erupted from between his brows. Who restrained their soul and 3 physical souls? At that moment, Yang Tian walked in. Seeing that his expression was not right, he could not help but ask worriedly, "Olji, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. He asked after forcefully getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, "How's the preparation at the funeral parlor?" "It's done. The grave has been chosen." Yi Chen then followed him out. At that moment, there were already many people sending the 4 ice coffins to the car to be cremated. Yang Tian's eyes reddened as he asked with a trembling voice, "Oldie, is there no way to revive them?" "Their corporeal bodies have been damaged. Even if their souls are intact, they still can't be revived. It's better to let them rest in peace." Yi Chen walked out after saying that. The 3,000 people who were summoned last night were still standing outside. All of them forced themselves to look at the coffin on the hearse quietly. After everything was ready, Yang Tian solemnly bowed to the coffins on the 4 hearses and said with a trembling voice, "Send Brother Leopard off." Bang, 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 a loud and powerful voice was heard. More than 3,000 people knelt down on one knee in the heavy rain. "Send off Brother Bao." 3,000 people shouted at the same time. Even though they were suppressing their voices still gathered together and exploded in this world like a clap of thunder. Yi Chen stared at the 3,000 people. After a long time, he said slowly, "Everyone, although your brother Bao is gone, those of us who are alive still have things to do. That is to let the dead be comforted in the underworld." As soon as he said that, someone in the crowd stood up and said with a trembling voice, "Mr. Yi, avenge Brother Bao and kill the murderer." "Yes, kill them. Kill their entire family." The silent crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. One could tell how popular Lin Tai was when he was alive. Yi Chen watched the hearse leave quietly and enunciated word by word. "Who are you being domineering for? The dragon roared in the 9 heavens because of you. A blood debt needs to be repaid with blood. A storm of blood will kill you. Brother, have a safe journey. Leave the rest to me. P.S. Today's update for the 4th chapter is completed. I'll continue tomorrow. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you." Chapter 817. That morning. Then, Yi Chen buried Lin Tai and the other 3. The location was the highest mountain in Tianan. Yi Chen even set up a formation around the grave to prevent anyone from disturbing them. When the group of people returned to Ye's villa, however, he found Zhao Xiaotian hiding on the roof of the villa with a dark face. Below him, there were many members of the Star Pavilion tightly surrounding him. Yang Tian's expression darkened when he saw Zhao Xiaotian. Why did this kid go up there? Everyone, including Yang Tian, hated Zhao Xiaotian. They could not wait to tear him into pieces, but they dared not touch him because of Yi Chen's words. Now that he saw the other party sitting on the roof of the villa with a leisurely and contented look, Yang Tian's anger rose. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tian took a step forward and headed towards the roof of the villa, obviously intending to capture the other party. Yi Chen took a good look at Zhao Xiaotian. He seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Yang Tian. A smirk flashed across his face. "Little bastard, get down here." After Yang Tian reached the top of the villa, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Zhao Xiaotian. However, just as he was about to approach Zhao Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes and slapped him angrily. "Brett, scram for me." Yang Tian immediately felt an incomparably terrifying force assaulting him, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. After he stabilized himself, he looked at Zhao Xiaotian in disbelief. "Oh, gh. He was at the late stage of the spirit gathering state, yet he was sent flying by Zhao Xiaotian, who was only 15 or 16 years old. The next moment, his eyes instantly widened as he looked at Zhao Xiaotian in disbelief. "Who are you?" The kid in front of him was clearly Zhao Xiaotian, but why did his tone sound so much like Patriarch Yellow Spring? "What about you?" Zhao Xiaotian glared at him in annoyance. Then he leaped onto the ground and placed his hands on his waist. "Little Yangzi, you're really something. How dare you attack me? Are you itching for a beating? You're the old ancestor?" Yang Tian looked as if he had seen a ghost and stammered, How is this possible?" "Enough, old ancestor. Stop teasing him." Yi Chen shook his head while forcing a smile. He then told Yang Tian the details of the Patriarch's possession. "I see." Yang Tian looked at the Patriarch of Yellow Spring with a dumbfounded expression. He then circled around the Patriarch, touching his hands and legs from time to time while clicking his tongue in wonder. "Kid, what are you looking at?" Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Patriarch Yellow Spring glared at him and said, "I admit that this body is more handsome than you, but it doesn't mean that I'm gay." Although Zhao Xiaotian was only 15 or 16 years old, he was quite good-looking. If the standard was 10 points, Zhao Xiaotian could definitely score 8. Now that he had been possessed by the Patriarch, coupled with the evil smile that the Patriarch would occasionally have, it added a lot to his charm. Yang Tian rubbed his chin and suddenly revealed an extremely wretched smile. "Old ancestor, you've changed into such a young body. You're only in your teens. Can you still go to clubs in the future?" Scram, scram, scram. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring seemed to have been provoked by something. He glared at him with a flushed face and neck and said, "My current body is exceptionally talented. It's even bigger than your head." Although he said that, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he did not have much confidence in his words. In fact, after the Patriarch of Yellow Spring finished possessing Zhao Xiaotian, he almost killed himself with a piece of tofu. After taking over Zhao Xiaotian's body, he realized that Zhao Xiaotian's physical condition was very bad. He smoked, drank, and took drugs. He could even move his left and right hands in slow motion when he was in primary school. Over the years, Zhao Xiaotian's kidney deficiency had reached the point where he had to secretly buy Lu Wei Dihuang pills to nourish his body. "Is that so?" Yang Tian scoffed at his words. He smacked his lips and shook his head. "Sigh, what a pity, what a pity." "What's a pity?" "Brat, explain it to me." Yang Tian let out a long sigh and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I can only look at the sky and cry." "Don't run, Brat. I promise I won't beat you to death." After fooling around, Yi Chen brought the Patriarch of Yellow Spring to the room alone. He looked at him carefully. "It seems like fellow Zhuang has his own secrets." Generally speaking, possession was equivalent to changing bodies. One had to abandon their previous cultivation base and cultivate again. However, after the Patriarch of Yellow Spring took over, his cultivation base remained. This proved that the Patriarch of Yellow Spring had many secrets. Who doesn't have secrets? The Grand Ancestor glanced at him with a faint smile on his face. "For example, fellow Taoist, you rose all the way to the Gold Core realm without anyone's guidance. Don't tell me you're also talented and have a bigger talent than me." In reality, the moment Yi Qin returned, he was shocked when he sensed that Yi Qin had stepped into golden core. After all, such a cultivation speed was extremely rare even in the cultivation world. Yi Qin nodded lightly when he heard that. He did not dwell on the topic anymore. Instead, he asked, "You've taken over Zhao Xiaoyan's body. How do you plan to face his stepmother? Just tell me the truth." The patriarch of Yellow Spring shrugged and shook his head. "I have to say that this brat really hates people. After I received his memories, I learned that this brat hates everyone, including you, the patriarch, and his stepmother. He hates them all. He even planned to kill me, his stepmother, and finally kill you to take your woman." Yi Chen was shocked after hearing that. However, he then smiled lightly. In that case, he was completely relieved that the patriarch of Yellow Spring had taken over his body. "I have to say, it feels great to have a new body." The patriarch of Yellow Spring closed his eyes slightly and said in satisfaction, "Fellow Yi, if you have nothing else, I plan to go to Japan." Yi Chan was confused. "Why are you going to Japan? Have you forgotten what the ancestor once said to you?" The patriarch of Hell chuckled and rubbed his hands together. "Of course, I'm going after the Japanese girls. Apart from women, I don't want to do anything else. I just want to spend my time with women and lead a drunken life." Yi Chen was speechless. He said a few seconds later, "You can't leave yet. You still have to do something for me. Don't tell me you want me to follow you to Shang Santian?" The patriarch of Yellow Springs' expression changed. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I won't do it. I'm only at the early stage foundation building stage. I'm only at the pseudo-emperor stage at most." "No." Yi Qin smiled lightly as coldness appeared in his eyes. "I want you to guard Tianan and look after my family for me." At this point, his pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. "As for me, some people probably can't sit still anymore. It's time to settle the score. P.S. There's only one chapter today because I'm going to fight for 3 days. I haven't set it up yet, so I have to reorganize the outline. I'll have 5 chapters tomorrow. Also, to explain, the reason why the chapters are messed up is because the previously blocked chapters have been unblocked. It's not a repeat update, so there won't be a repeat deduction. I hope everyone understands." Chapter 818. Some people probably can't sit still anymore. It's time to settle the score. In a quiet room in the Yi family's villa, Yi Chen's last sentence was heard. The patriarch of Hell, who had just succeeded in the possession, immediately felt a monstrous, murderous aura coming at him, causing his expression to change. "Oh my God, this malefic is going to kill again." Thinking to this point, he could not help but put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "Fellow Yi, I'll say one more thing because of my seniority. Your world is not as simple as you think. Don't be blinded by hatred." Although the patriarch was a tribulation almighty in his previous life, it did not mean that he was stupid. Although Earth, which was lacking in spiritual energy, was not comparable to the cultivation world, the more it was so, the more extraordinary Shang Santian was. However, the more this was the case, the more extraordinary the Shang Santian was. After all, the Shang Santian could call itself a world during the age of Dharma ending. To be able to cultivate to such a level, whether it was shrewdness or tactics, that could not be underestimated. Yi Chen nodded lightly and walked out after saying that. "I know. Just take care of the house for me." "Damn, you want me to watch the house?" The patriarch of Yellow Spring was so angry that his liver ached when he saw how Lin Huang was acting like a hands-off boss. "Are you really treating me like a watchdog? Forget it, forget it. Little girls from Dongying. I'll have to come and find you later." After leaving the room, young Tian walked in quickly and said, "Oh gee, there's someone called Qin Xiaotian outside who wants to see you." Qin Xiaotian? Yi Chan was stunned at first before he came to a realization. It's him. "Let him in." Soon, Yang Tian walked in with a young man with a head full of white hair. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw the white hair on the man's head. "Brother Qin, how did you become like this?" He had not met Qin Shaotian many times. His impression of this Zhongnan Sea bodyguard who specialized in protecting Old Qin was that he wore a suit and pants, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and had an honest face. The current Qin Shaotian was like a different person compared to before. Not only did he have a head full of white hair, he did not have any vitality at all. He reeked of alcohol, like a dispirited young man who had lost all hope. Qin Shaotian clenched his fists tightly and stared at him as if he was looking at his father's murderer. Yi Qin frowned and said, "Old Qin is looking for me?" "Old Qin is dead." Qin Shaotian loosened his grip that had turned white. His body went limp, as if all the strength in his body had dissipated in an instant. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. "What did you say? Old Qin is dead? Hee, it's all because of you." Qin Xiaoyan's face twitched. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "Because of you, Old Qin resigned and relinquished his military power. Because of you, Old Qin faced the enemy alone in Kunlun." Yi Qin finally understood the whole story as he explained. Meanwhile, his initially calm expression turned grim as waves stirred within him. Senior Chen is actually the longevity sword guest. He's the most mysterious high priest of the Celestial Master Hall. In order to protect the Yi family, he dragged his injuries to intercept the Bai family's martial emperor. In the end, his injuries erupted, and he died at the hands of the Bai clan's martial emperor. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Qin staggered and took a few steps back. He suddenly felt extremely oppressed and extremely uncomfortable. Initially, he thought that the death of Lin Tai, Niu Qing, and second uncle and second aunt was already heavy enough for the Yi family's calamity. He did not expect Old Qin to be added to the list. He was the only person in entire China that Yi Chen respected. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as the leader of the country. "Are you shocked? Are you surprised?" Qin Shaotian stared straight at him, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "I'm shocked and surprised too. Ever since I, Qin Shaotian, returned to the secular world in Wudong, I've been following Old Qin closely since I was a teenager. Protecting him is my lifelong belief. However, it wasn't until Old Qin died that I realized that the person I swore to protect with my life was much more powerful than me. Only then did I realize that I, the number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, am nothing in front of Shang Santian." His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke to this point. He walked over and grabbed Yi Chen's collar. "Mad Southern Yi, remember this. You owe Old Qin a life. You owe China life. You must avenge Old Qin." Yi Qin allowed him to grab his collar and said apologetically, "I'll destroy the 5 ancient families of Shang Santian even without you telling me." "I hope you can do as you say." Only then did Qin Shaotian let go of him. He secretly shed tears and said, "I buried Old Chen's body on the 3rd snowy peak outside Kunlun." He turned around and stumbled away after saying that. Yi Qin called out to him immediately, "Where are you going?" "It's none of your business." Qin Shaotian stopped in his tracks and said without turning his head, "I want to avenge Old Qin in my own way, even if I have to sacrifice my life." Yi Qin took a deep breath in after watching him leave. He lifted his head to look at the sky. "Old Qin, have a safe journey. I'll definitely chop off the head of the Bai family's martial emperor and offer it to your grave." After saying that, he called Tang Ning over and said coldly, "Let's go. I'll bring you to kill someone." "Master, are you planning to go to Hong Kong to help me take back the Tang family?" Tang Ning was extremely excited when she heard that. "That's right. I'm going to live stream this time." Yi Qin nodded lightly. As the saying went, one must first settle the internal affairs before dealing with external affairs. He knew very well that he had to kill everyone from Shang Santian in the secular world before he killed his way into Shang Santian. He did not want these people to jump out when he was gone. Tang Ning stopped in her tracks. "Live stream? This time, I'll let everyone know what happens to those who provoke me, Yi Qin." That afternoon, many of the upper echelons of Luoyu were holding a board meeting in the conference room of the Killer Whale headquarters. the largest live stream platform in the country. A figure in black suddenly jumped into the glass window of the office building that was dozens of stories high. The upper echelons of killer whale who were in the meeting were stunned by this scene. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. The young man in black took out a Yushi cigarette from the cigarette box on the table. He lit it up and said slowly after taking a puff, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Chin. They call me Mad Southern Yi." Hearing that, the chairman of Killer Whale Livestream, who was about to call security, was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said with an extremely flushed face, "Why, you're the legend of China, Mad Southern Yi?" Yi Chin flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "I'm preparing to open a live stream room on your platform. The content might be a little inappropriate, so I'm here to ask for your opinion." "Ask for my opinion?" The chairman of Killer Whale Livestream's face turned green when he heard that. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, you're being too serious. If you want to start a live stream, all you need to do is inform me. I'll do it well for you. There's no need to come here personally." He knew what kind of existence the young man sitting in front of him was. He could even kill those martial artists who could move mountains and fill seas, let alone a mere director of a live stream company like him. One of the executives could not help but ask, "May I ask, Mr. Yi, what are you planning to do?" Yi Chen smiled lightly, "Kill people." Chapter 819. These two simple words caused the entire conference room to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's expression changed because of this. Yi Chen raised his brows. "Is there a problem?" And no. Killer Whale's chairman immediately shuddered and took out his phone to make a call. "Set up a server for me immediately. At the same time, gather all the resources on our platform and wait for orders. Remove the resources that are currently being used." The secretary said weakly, "Boss, our company recently spent 80 million yuan to poach a big brother from Doyu. The recommendation on the front page was originally planned to be given to him today. Get lost." The veins on Killer Whale's chairman's forehead bulged as he roared. "A big brother dares to fight with Mr. Yi for resources? Does he dare? Is he worthy? I'll get someone to send you the room number later. This is my gift." Yi Chen put down a medicinal pill and left. After returning home, he ordered Tang Ning to register a live stream account on Killer Whale's platform and sent the room number to Killer Whale's chairman. At this moment, outside the Yi family villa, a white-haired Taoist in a green robe walked in. The members of the Star Pavilion, who were in charge of guarding the door, hurriedly stopped him. However, they were shocked to discover that the white-haired Taoist had passed through their bodies like a ghost, but he did not hurt them. Someone immediately shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Yi Chen moved after hearing the commotion and appeared outside the Yi family villa. He looked at the white-haired Taoist coldly. "Who are you?" Through his divine consciousness, he discovered that the person was a martial emperor. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have just broken through. However, there was no hostility from the other party. "Greetings, Master Yi." The white-haired Taoist bowed politely and said, "I'm Wang Chongshao. Today, I'm here to give Master Yi a small gift." With that, a light flashed in his hand, and a box wrapped in black cloth appeared. Yi Chen remained unmoved. Wang Chongshao did not mind. After smiling lightly, he gently removed the black cloth, and a head appeared before him. How could it be him? Yi Chen could not help but frown because the head in the box belonged to Jiang Xingyang, the Celestial Master Hall's fourth high priest. He had once attacked Yi Chen to stop him from killing the Celestial Palace's palace master, Guan Shanyue. This is the first compensation from the country. Unknowingly, Wang Chongshao changed the way he addressed him, following which, a second box appeared in his hand. It was also a human head. However, Yi Chen did not know him. "This is the second one." Wang Chongshao smiled faintly and said, "This person is the new hall master of the Heavenly Palace, Xin Xingyao. This person played many dishonorable roles when your Yi clan was in trouble." After saying that, he clapped his hands. The next moment, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a man, and he was carrying an old man in his arms. It was the Wudong Sect's Grandmaster, Li Xuanji. However, he was covered in injuries and was already unconscious. "This is the third gift." Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's confusion, Wang Chongxiao sighed softly and said, "Before your Yi clan was in trouble, the Celestial Master Hall's great priest, Chen Tulong, died in battle in Kunlun. Later on, the Celestial Master Hall's second high priest betrayed China and worked with the fourth high priest, Jiang Jingyang, to imprison Li Xuanji. After that, we found out that the second high priest was a secret pawn that Shang Santian planted in China decades ago. Unfortunately, I had to protect Shangfeng at that time, and I was only at the pseudo-emperor stage, so I couldn't do anything." Yi Qin could not help but focus when he heard that. "Shangfeng? You're that person?" "That's right," Wang Chongxiao openly admitted. "My duty is to protect him. Recently, I was lucky enough to reach the martial emperor realm. That's why I was ordered to clean up the internal trouble. It's a pity that the second priest escaped. I have no choice but to come and apologize to you." At this point, a purple sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This is the Divine Edge Sword. It was used by Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. Shangfeng asked me to give it to you. At the same time, he gave you a message. If you hold this sword, it can kill traitors and it can kill 10,000 men. He turned around and left after saying that. Yi Qin watched him leave quietly. He then lowered his head to take a good look at the Divine Edge Sword in his hand. His eyes flickered a few times. Just as the outside world was still paying attention to the funeral organized by the Yi family, an extremely shocking piece of news came. The Tianan Yi family had issued 3 commands in a row. The first was that the Yi family had declared war on Shang Santian. The second was that all the powerhouses of Shang Santian who had already entered the world would come to the Yi family to apologize within a time limit. Otherwise, they would be killed. The third was that all the Chinese forces and martial artists who had submitted to Shang Santian and chosen to help the enemy should turn back. Otherwise, they would be killed. As soon as these 3 commands were issued, the entire China was in an uproar. It was like a heavy nuclear bomb that shocked everyone to the point that their souls almost left their bodies. Mad Southern Ye's 3 commands are all targeting Shang Santian. Is he really planning to start a war with Shang Santian? Oh my God, he's going to kill all the powerhouses of the 3 upper echelons in the secular world. He's crazy. I think he's really crazy. Almost everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces when they heard these 3 commands. One had to know that it was Shang Santian. It was not an ordinary martial artist in the secular world, nor was it 1 or 2. It was a group of transcendental existences. Meanwhile, Yi Qin was trying to fight the entire Shang Santian on his own. To them, it was no different from madness. Not only did the news cause an uproar in the country, it even spread to the West. The entire West was in an uproar. So what if Mad Southern Yi has the combat power to kill a pseudo-emperor? But if he wants to start a war with the Holy Land, he's just an ant trying to shake a tree. He's overestimating himself. This magical Easterner is indeed the same as before. He's arrogant and overbearing. He didn't die last time, but he can't be so lucky every time. Let them fight. They're just exhausting China's Cultivation Foundation anyway. The more they fight, the happier the West will be. For a moment, countless giants in the West were paying attention. Countless corporations and media outlets were discussing this matter crazily. However, most of them were gloating. In a martial cultivation family in Lingnan, an old man looked at the information in his hand and shook his head. Mad Southern Yi is still too young. Granduncle, logically speaking, it's a good thing for the Chinese cultivation world that Yi Qin is targeting Shang Santian. Why are you still shaking your head? A woman with a ponytail asked curiously. A good thing? The old man smirked coldly and sighed softly. There are at least 3 pseudo-emperors and dozens of martial venerables in the secular world from Shang Santian. Let's not even talk about whether Mad Southern Yi can kill all of them. He paused for a moment and said with his hands behind his back, even if Mad Southern Yi really does it, what kind of outcome will that bring? It will definitely infuriate Shang Santian. By then, even more powerful powerhouses will descend. How will Mad Southern Yi deal with them? Grandpa, then what should we do? The pony-tailed woman immediately became nervous. She could not help but say, why don't we let our Wei family's granduncle lift his slumber? If he makes a move, he'll definitely be able to increase China's combat power. Chapter 8:20. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chinese cultivation world was very weak. Their top combat power was only at the martial venerable stage, and there were very few of them. However, to the pony-tailed woman, these were all fallacies. The Chinese cultivation world had been around for thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of days and nights. During this period, there was no lack of talented people. How could there not be a martial venerable and an emperor stage almighty? The Wei family of Ling Nan had once produced an emperor stage almighty. She had unintentionally learned from the Wei clan's ancestral hall that this emperor realm cultivator was born during the Ming dynasty. He had dominated Huan nation in his day, but for some unknown reason, he had sealed his own cultivation and entered an eternal slumber. When did you go to the ancestral hall? The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He glared at her fiercely. Even I can't enter the ancestral hall as I please. If there's a next time, I'll punish you according to the clan rules. The pony-tailed woman's face turned pale. He seemed to have realized that his words were a little harsh, so he eased his expression and said, you can't tell anyone about what you know. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring disaster to our Wei family. I got it. The pony-tailed woman nodded repeatedly. She could not hold back her curiosity. Grandpa, is there really an emperor stage almighty in our family? The old man neither admitted nor denied it. Instead, he said, silly child, this world is far from as simple as you think. Dragon Tiger Mountain. The current sect leader, Zhang Wuming, stood in front of the mountain gate and looked down the mountain in a daze. Mr. Yi, why are you doing this? Can't you wait a little longer? He seemed to be talking to himself as he said, there have been some emperor stage almighties in the history of the Chinese cultivation world. However, even they wouldn't be as impulsive as you and start a conflict with Shang Santian. Sigh, the powerhouses have been plotting for 1,000 years. Now that the seal is about to be lifted, you've done this again. I hope you're fine. Compared to the commotion in the outside world, the people of Shang Santian strangely chose to remain silent. However, the more they did so, the more outsiders felt that there was an undercurrent brewing. What no one knew was that afternoon, a private plane set off from Tiananmen Port and headed straight for Hong Kong. Around 4:30 p.m., on the 32nd floor of a building in Tongzhou, a young man with acne on his face happily turned on his computer. He was a streamer, and a gaming streamer at that. His name was Brother Jian. He played Dota games in his early days, and he represented China to participate in competitions overseas. Because he used to be a pro player, he was quite skilled and eloquent. After he retired, he started a live stream, but he didn't expect it to explode in popularity. The number of subscribers to the live stream reached 8 million, and at its peak, the number of online viewers exceeded 4 million. With that, he climbed to the top of the pyramid of the live stream industry and was known as Douyu's big brother. Later on, because of a conflict of interest with the officials of Douyu, Killer Whale happened to send an olive branch at this time. The boss of the union personally came to poach him with tens of millions in cash, so he had no choice but to jump ship. However, before jumping ship, he had also made a lot of agreements with Killer Whale. For example, he would first admit that he was Killer Whale's #1 brother. On the day of the live broadcast, after jumping ship, the banner on the homepage must be pinned to the top, and the pop-up window must be recommended. Today is the first day of my live stream after jumping ship from Douyu to Killer Whale. I'll set a small goal for myself first. The peak popularity of the live stream that day will exceed 20 million. Then, I'll trick those idiots to give me more than 5 million in tips. All the best. The playful young man smiled confidently. Then, he gently opened the webpage of Killer Whale's livestream platform and logged into his livestream account. He was not in a hurry to start the livestream. Instead, he first opened the backend to browse the popularity. However, his expression immediately darkened. Why are there only 30,000 subscribers? What's going on? Killer Whale didn't recommend me? Thinking to this point, he hurriedly clicked into Killer Whale's official website and looked at the banner on the homepage at the top. He realized that the position on it was not promoting himself. Instead, there are more than 10 extremely bright red words. Mr. Mad Southerny, welcome to Killer Whale. We look forward to a new hot-blooded journey for us. Mad Southerny? What's that? I've never heard of it. Could there be something wrong with Killer Whale's system? The young man hurriedly took out his phone and sent a message to the guild manager who was in charge of him on WeChat. What's going on? I'm about to start the live stream. Where's the banner on the homepage that you promised me? Has it become Mad Southerny now? Ding, ding, ding. As soon as he sent the message, the other party replied, Brother Jen, I'm really sorry. The higher-ups decided to cancel your recommendation at the last minute and gave it to someone else. What's wrong with you guys? Are you messing with me? Brother Jen immediately cursed. After calming down, he asked, Who is that Mad Southerny? Which live stream platform is he from? Why have I never heard of such a person? The manager replied, I don't know either. Brother Jen became even more furious when he did not know anything. He then clicked on the banner on the homepage and realized that the title of the live stream room was Global Livestream, slaying Shang Santian without returning to its scabbard. However, the live stream room was black. Clearly, it had not started yet. Global Livestream? F*CKU. Brother Jen smirked coldly, slaying Shang Santian without returning to its scabbard? Those who don't know would think that you're obsessed with games. He subconsciously looked at the popularity of Yi Chen's live stream and realized that there were only a few dozen of them. There were only a dozen subscribers. He could not help but laugh. I really don't know what Killer Whale is doing. This kind of person is obviously a newbie live stream, yet they actually gave him such an awesome recommendation. Most importantly, this recommendation is mine. How dare you steal my resources? Just you wait and see. As long as you're still live streaming in Killer Whale, I won't be done with you. I'll let you know what it means to be suppressed by the number one. Brother Jen was furious. Seeing that it was already past his live stream time, he could only suppress his anger and start the live stream. He was a farmer streamer, and his main character was Luna's jungler. Under the moonlight, he often fought 1 against 5, so countless people who liked Luna admitted defeat to him. As soon as he started the live stream room started to be flooded with bullet screen comments and gifts. His popularity was also rising. Greetings, brothers and sisters. I'm Brother Jen. Thank you for following me from all over the world. In short, a new platform, a new starting point. Brother Jen will not disappoint everyone. His opening remark immediately pushed the popularity of the live stream to a peak. A loyal fan called I Love Firewood asked, What's wrong with Brother Jen? You don't look so good. Don't tell me you didn't sleep well? Brother Jen didn't go to a spa last night, did he? I suspect the person above is driving. SQ streamer, I've reported him. Brother Jen used Luna to invade the opposite jungle with the help of Shield Mountain. After successfully taking down the first kill, he replied, It's not that I didn't sleep well, but I was angered by a piece of trash. Chapter 821. Trash. The fan named I Love Firewood raised his hand and sent a big crown before asking, Touching Brother Jen isn't angry. Speaking of which, what kind of trash is it that angered Brother Jen? Tell us so that we can help you vent your anger. Brother Jian smiled without saying a word. A fan named Lao Na Ai Shirtai suddenly asked, "That's not right, Brother Jian. Didn't you say in your WeChat moments yesterday the Killer Whale's official website would put a banner on the homepage of Killer Whale in order to promote you? Why didn't I see him? Instead, it was replaced by a new streamer called Mad Southerny." Brother Jian's expression turned even uglier when he heard that. He wished he could skin Yi Chen alive. I know. It must be this new streamer called Mad Southerny who stole Brother Jian's resources. If it were me, I'd feel bad too. Quite a number of fans exploded with murderous intent. At that moment, a passerby kept refreshing the public screen. Brothers, go to room 88168. A live stream by the name of Mad Southerny is starting. There's also a beautiful lady. Holy sh*t, that streamer can even fly. Where did this stupid dog come from? Without saying a word, Jian muted the other party's avatar and couldn't help but curse. Beautiful lady? Can fly? Isn't your publicity method a little too underhanded? After saying that, he sneered again. Brothers, don't worry about it. Small streamers nowadays are unscrupulous in order to become famous. What, Mad Southerny? When some of the fans in Brother Jian's live stream saw this comment, they could not sit still anymore. Is it that small streamer who stole Brother Jian's resources? Where is the Jian family army? Come with me to spit on him. Go, go, go. Let's spit on him. Let's go together. At that moment, some fans left Brother Jian's live stream and re-entered Yi Chen's live stream. At the same time at the Tang family in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Han Qinhu and the rest followed behind him. However, the few of them were holding selfie sticks in their hands. The camera was aimed at Yi Chen, and they would look at the camera from time to time to see how popular they were. There were already dozens of people gathered outside the Tang family villa. The weakest among them was a martial Dao grandmaster, and the leader was an old woman who was at the pseudo-emperor stage. Dozens of people hovered in the air and looked coldly at Yi Chen and Tang Ning, who were 30 meters away. Some of them turned pale when they sensed the killing intent on Yi Chen. Is that guy in black the host? Holy sh*t, he can really fly? Not only him, but the dozens of guys in ancient costumes opposite him also flew up. They must be filming, and the anchor must have hung a wire. Tisk, it's just a movie. What's so interesting about it? Meanwhile, Yi Chen's live stream in Killer Whale was in an uproar at that moment. Countless bullet screen comments were popping up and down in the live stream. There were even people sending gifts. In the sky above the Tang family. Mad Southerny, you're going too far. The old lady who stood among the dozens of Shang Santian powerhouses glared at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Do you really want to fall out with the 10 ancient families of Shang Santian?" 10 ancient families? Yi Chen stood in the air and smirked coldly when he heard that. How can an old woman like you represent the 10 ancient families of Shang Santian? I've said it before. I want you guys to come and apologize. You guys didn't cherish the opportunity, so don't blame me. Now I'll sentence all of you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed towards the old woman. A monstrous pressure enveloped the area. Mad Southerny, how dare you? The old lady's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly retreated. Aren't you afraid of Shang Santian's revenge? Shut up! In the next second, Yi Chen's figure appeared before her. Subsequently, he threw a punch, and the space around her shook. The old lady's brows twitched. She hurriedly slapped with all her might. A huge palm print that was over 30 meters in size swept out and crushed at Yi Chen. Break it! Yi Chen did not slow down at all. He charged over in an overbearing manner and immediately shattered the palm print. His fist continued to push forward. Oh no! The pseudo-emperor stage old lady's face turned pale. Although she heard that Yi Chen had the combat power to kill a pseudo-emperor, She thought that he would have to pay a price even if he killed him. However, she did not expect Yi Chen to break through her attack so easily. Subsequently, she wanted to retreat by instinct. However, Yi Chen was even faster. A golden fist pierced through his chest and shattered all his internal organs in an extremely domineering manner. The old lady screamed, "No!" At the next moment, her body exploded and turned into a pool of blood mist. A pseudo-emperor was killed by Yi Chen's punch on the spot. Meanwhile, the people in the live stream also saw this scene. Holy sh*T, holy sh*T. Are the special effects so realistic? If I didn't know that you guys were filming a movie, I would have taken it for real. It's so bloody, but I like it. Although Brother Streamer doesn't look that good, his acting skills are pretty good. Please tell me the name of the movie you guys are filming. I'll definitely donate movie tickets later. May I ask which production team it is? The special effects are so awesome. I want to be a minor character. I can even play a corpse. I just need to be given lunch boxes. At the same time, the popularity of the live stream increased rapidly, and there were more and more gifts. Soon, it broke the 100,000 mark. Yi Chen did not know what was going on in the live stream, nor did he want to know. After all, the reason why he did the live stream this time was to let some people see that this was the outcome of offending him. With the death of the old lady, the pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse, the remaining dozens of Shang Santian powerhouses panicked. Initially, they were looking forward to the patriarch fighting Yi Chen for 300 rounds and holding on until the other 3 pseudo-emperors arrived. They did not expect Yi Chen to be so terrifying. Run, run. Someone finally reacted. After screaming, the crowd immediately scattered in all directions, as if they wanted to escape. Tang Ning said hurriedly, "Master, they're going to escape." "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Chen scoffed. Subsequently, he slapped a purple talisman into the sky and said calmly, "Lightning!" Rumble. 3 bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm suddenly descended from the sky. Lightning appeared in the air, and the entire Tang family villa was filled with lightning. The martial artists from Shang Santian who had not run far were buried in the lightning on the spot. Not even their corpses were left. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was like a god with lightning in his hand. Ever since he broke through to Golden Core, he could draw talismans that were even more powerful. For example, the purple 5 Thunder talisman from before. Even a pseudo-emperor would die under it. Chapter 8:22. Let's go to the next one. Yi Chen glanced at Tang Ning and led everyone back to the mainland. He charged toward Miaojiang. This time, he did not take a private plane. Instead, he flew in the air. This scene was immediately noticed by many attentive netizens in the live stream. Someone immediately said, "That's not right. The streamer really seems to be flying. He doesn't look like he's hanging wires." That's right, that's right. I was just about to talk about this. Look, the streamer has traveled hundreds of meters with a single step. Moreover, he's above the sea, whose special effects and wires can reach such a level. In other words, this isn't a movie. Not only can the streamer fly, but the people he killed earlier are really dead? And that lightning, the live stream fell into dead silence. In Killer Whale's live stream, Brother Jian was no longer in the mood to live stream because his popularity had plummeted just now. There had been comments about Yi Chen destroying the powerhouses of Shang Santian in Hong Kong. Initially, they were suppressed by Brother Jian and the moderators. However, they realized that the more they muted, the more people commented. The live stream seemed to have been infected with a virus, and the moderators could not mute them no matter how hard they tried. In the end, even his hardcore fans were spamming Yi Chen's live stream. In the end, the entire live stream was completely destroyed. The popularity dropped from over 1 million to 300,000, and it was still dropping. I'd like to see what kind of method a piece of trash like you used to take away my hardcore fans. He's flying and controlling divine lightning. Brother Jian took out his other phone and clicked into Yi Chen's live stream while his character was dying. However, He was stunned when he saw Yi Qin looking for trouble. He saw Yi Qin, who had arrived at Miaojiang, fighting the pseudo-emperor who was guarding Miaojiang in the sky. What shocked Brother Jian the most was that Chen's opponent actually lifted a small mountain that was as tall as a story out of thin air and attacked Yi Qin crazily. Special effects for a movie? This thought flashed across Brother Jian's mind subconsciously. However, when he looked around, he realized that there was not a single camera. He had been in the entertainment industry before, so he knew very well that filming was often done with fake positions and blind spots. However, there was no trace of manipulation in the live stream. Could it be true? Brother Jian gulped and subsequently shook his head. He glared at Yi Qin on the screen and said while gritting his teeth, "Once I get my hands on the evidence, I'll let you know what it means to be suppressed by the number one brother." At the same time, an important piece of news came out. Mad Southern Yi killed his way into Hong Kong alone and killed the powerhouses of Shang Santian who occupied Hong Kong. He killed a pseudo-emperor and no less than 10 martial venerables. The entire China was in a state of shock, and the internet was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing this matter with their saliva flying everywhere. Before they could react, another bombshell was thrown at them. After Yi Qin destroyed Hong Kong, he charged into Miaojiang again. The pseudo-emperor guarding Miaojiang was killed with a single strike. What? Mad Southern Yi killed a pseudo-emperor instantly? Holy **T, do you have to be so fierce? Oh heavens, who else would be his match if an Emperor Realm Cultivator didn't show up? Countless people were shocked when they heard that. They shuddered at Yi Qin's ruthlessness and methods. After all, they were skeptical when Yi Qin gave the 3 passwords in the beginning. However, they had to believe it now. Ganzhou Morong residence. At this moment, the entire Morong family was on high alert. All the core members of the Morong family were gathered in the hall, making a ruckus. Everyone, Mad Southern Yi is not dead. Instead, he came back. What should we do now? Not only that, I heard that Mad Southern Yi killed countless people as soon as he returned to Tiannan. There was no lack of people from Shang, Santian among them. There was even a pseudo-emperor. Even Hong Kong and Miaojiang suffered. What? It's one thing that he's not dead, but how did he suddenly become so powerful? If that's the case, how can our Morong family defend against him? I think all of this was caused by Morong Shui. Why don't we just hand her over? If that's the case, perhaps Mad Southern, you won't blame us. Morong Shui, who was sitting on the high platform, heard the entire discussion. When she heard someone suggest that they hand her over, her body immediately trembled, and her face turned incomparably pale. When she heard that Yi Qin was still alive, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible. Later on, she was shocked to death after asking around. For that, she was afraid of causing panic, so she deliberately blocked the news about Yi Qin in the Morong family. However, after a day, the news could not be hidden anymore. Thinking to this point, she could not help but bite her lip and shout sternly, "Silence! If anyone makes any noise, they'll be punished according to the family rules." As soon as she finished speaking, the noisy hall immediately quietened down. The noisy hall instantly fell silent. Everyone shut their mouths and looked up at Morong Shui, their eyes flashing. I know what you're thinking. Morong Shui's face was cold as she sized up the crowd from above. She said coldly, "That's right. Mad Southern Yi is indeed not dead. I know some of you blame me for taking the lead to betray him." The expressions of those who had threatened to hand her over froze when they heard that. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look her in the eye. Morong Shui took a deep breath in and said, "But don't you think about it? Under those circumstances, if I hadn't submitted to Shang Santian in time, all of you would have died. So I'm your savior now. It's fine if you don't respect me. But you actually want to hand me over?" At this point, Morong Shui sneered. "Do you think you can appease Mad Southern Yi's anger by handing me over? If I'm the main culprit, you're all accomplices." Hearing those words, The expressions of everyone in the hall all changed. Evidently, they were frightened by her words. A few seconds later, the trembling old man stepped forward and said, "Master, what do you think we should do now?" He asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Morong Shue answered without hesitation. "So what if Mad Southern Yi defeated a pseudo-emperor? Don't forget that not only does our Morong family have a pseudo-emperor, but even the spiritual medicine mountain not far from our Morong family has a pseudo-emperor. I'm not afraid to tell you that before this, Senior Huang, the pseudo-emperor guarding our Morong family, has already gone to the spiritual medicine mountain." At the end of her sentence, a smile could not help but appear on her face. He invited the pseudo-emperor of the spiritual medicine mountain as well. As long as Mad Southern Yi dares to come, the two pseudo-emperors will join forces. Even if Mad Southern Yi's combat power is unparalleled, he won't be able to do anything to us. What? Senior Huang of our Morong family is preparing to join forces with the pseudo-emperor of the spiritual medicine mountain? If that's the case, then we really don't have to be afraid of Mad Southern Yi. As long as he dares to come, he can forget about going back. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and then they were completely relieved. They beamed with joy, and someone even laughed out loud. "I'm looking forward to Mad Southern Yi's arrival now. Boom!" At that moment, the entire Morong family villa shook violently. Subsequently, an extremely indifferent voice was heard. "If he really comes, what are you going to do?" Chapter 8:23. If he really comes, what are you going to do? In the noisy hall of the Morong family, following the sudden sound of this voice, the entire hall instantly became absolutely silent. Everyone could not help but turn around. Outside the hall, a young man in black walked over with his hands behind his back. The young man's expression was cold, and his eyes were like lightning. "Why, Mad Southern Yi?" Someone cried out, causing the entire Morong clan's hall to fall into dead silence. Countless people's expressions changed. Plop! A person's legs went limp and he fell to the ground immediately. He looked at Yi Qin, who was walking over in fear. His body could not stop trembling. It was because this person was the person from the Morong clan who said, "I'm looking forward to Mad Southern Yi's arrival now." The person who was the most afraid was none other than Morong Shue, who was sitting at the head of the table. As Yi Qin appeared, her body was trembling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. "He's really here." According to her original plan, the Morong clan and the spiritual medicine mountain had two pseudo-emperors. Even if Yi Qin came, he would have to hesitate. She did not expect him to arrive so quickly. Morong Shue suppressed the fear inside of her as she thought to this point. She took a deep breath in and looked at Yi Qin as she said, "Why, Mad Southern Yi, are you really going to be so overbearing?" Yi Qin smiled. "I'm overbearing. Isn't that so?" Morong Shue said with a trembling voice, "Even if my Morong clan betrayed you, it's our own choice. After all, people strive for higher places and water flows to lower places. Moreover, the Morong clan was never your property from the beginning." To be able to describe betrayal in such a fresh and refined manner, it's no wonder you were able to climb up to Shang Santian and snatch the position of the family head from you, Sha. A spurious smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qin's lips. Subsequently, he said coldly, "The Morong clan has submitted to me since a long time ago. That belongs to me. You're controlling the Morong clan without permission. It's no different from stealing. I'll take it back today. Since you insist on falling out, don't blame me." Morong Shue's face turned pale at first, and then a ferocious expression flashed across her face. "Senior Huang, Senior Duan, come out." In the next moment, two figures with terrifying auras shot towards Morong Shue like phantoms and appeared in front of her like lightning. They were two old men, and both of them were at the pseudo-emperor stage. With their appearance, the surrounding members of the Morong family immediately felt a huge pressure. Then joy appeared on their faces. To them, with the two pseudo-emperor stage powerhouses before them, Yi Chen would have to retreat no matter how powerful he was. Senior Huang, Senior Lin. After bowing to the two old men respectfully, Morong Shui looked at Yi Chen slowly. Mad Southerny, do you think I don't know that you're planning to kill me? In reality, long before you arrived, my Morong family and the spiritual medicine mountain had already decided to join forces. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures walked over slowly. They were Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue from the spiritual medicine mountain. Yi Chen smiled. These two pieces of trash? The two pseudo-emperors were furious when they heard the word trash. However, one of them sneered and said, Mad Southerny, you guessed wrong in the end. There are 5 pseudo-emperors here today. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. 5. Even Morong Shui was no exception. The pseudo-emperor who spoke earlier smiled strangely and clapped. Brother Lin, Sir Paul, Sir Lahar, you guys can come out too. Boom! As soon as he said that, the entire Morong family's hall shook violently. The bricks on the ground instantly cracked into spider webs. Another 3 figures with terrifying auras rushed over. One of them was wearing a mask, making it impossible to see his facial features clearly. The other 2 were Western Europeans with blue hair and green eyes. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. There are foreigners too? Yi Chen was surprised. He did not expect Shang Santian to invite foreign giants to deal with him. He was not the only one. Even Morong Shui was kept in the dark. Among everyone present, the only ones who knew were probably the 2 pseudo-emperors from Shang Santian and Yao Bingyue and her daughter from the spiritual medicine mountain. The tall Western European powerhouse smiled evilly. Mad Southerny, let me introduce myself. I'm Paul from the Western European International Tribunal. They call me the Killing Fist King. What? The Killing Fist King? Everyone in the hall gasped when they heard that. Could he be the one who destroyed the Western European Devil Organization, the Sword of God? I'm Lahar from Germany. Another Western European powerhouse smiled and said in a cold tone, I'm from the Western European International Tribunal. They call me the Wolf King. The leader of the werewolves, Lahar. Everyone in the hall was shocked again. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had no expression on his face. However, he could not help but sneer when he heard that both of them were from the International Tribunal. It seems like Western Europe can't sit still anymore because I'm not dead. That's right. Yao Bingyue, who had been silent all this while, looked at Yi Chen with a forced smile. You've been killing people in China, and you've caused international dissatisfaction. Coincidentally, we need someone to deal with you. After contacting the International Tribunal, both parties agreed to punish you. Punish me? Yi Chen smirked in disdain. How dare a mere international tribunal interfere with China's matters? Sooner or later, I'll kill my way into the West and destroy all of you. The masked man laughed arrogantly. I'm Lin Chen, a member of the Lin family of Shang Santian. However, they call me the second high priest of the Celestial Master Hall. So you're the second high priest who betrayed us. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Great, very good. Since all of you are here, I'll send all of you to hell. It saves me the trouble of searching for you guys all over the world. How dare you boast shamelessly even when you're about to die? The pseudo-emperor from the Huang family scoffed. Mad Southerny, we've long known that 1 or 2 pseudo-emperors are no match for you in a one-on-one fight. Now that the 5 pseudo-emperors are working together, you have no chance of winning at all. Why are you talking so much to him? The Duan family's martial emperor looked at Yi Chen with killing intent on his face. This person has killed several pseudo-emperors from Shang Santian and countless martial venerables. If we don't tear him into pieces, it'll be difficult to quell the hatred of Shang Santian. Attack! A loud shout exploded between heaven and earth. The pseudo-emperor from the Huang family was the first to attack. A shocking sword gleam suddenly erupted from his hand and slashed at Yi Chen. Space shook. You piece of trash. Yi Chen did not dodge. He stretched his hand out and destroyed the sword gleam in an overbearing manner. Subsequently, he He threw a punch at his opponent's chest. The pseudo-emperor's expression changed. He roared and unleashed all the true energy in his body as if he wanted to resist with all his might. However, he realized that his defense could not withstand a single blow from Yi Chen's punch. Bang! His body was immediately sent flying, and an extremely red line of blood appeared in the air. When he looked again, his chest had almost collapsed from Yi Chen's punch. Chapter 824. The expressions of the other four could not help but change. Even though they knew that Yi Chen could fight a pseudo-emperor, they did not expect him to severely injure a pseudo-emperor as soon as they fought. Attack together, kill! The four of them shouted and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen scoffed coldly as killing intent surged in his eyes. I'll kill all of you trash today and return China to peace. Kill! The four of them charged forward with killing intent filling the sky. Go! The pseudo-emperor of the Duan family suddenly shot out a beam of green energy. As soon as the green energy appeared, it turned into a dazzling saber gleam that was almost 30 meters long and slashed at Yi Chen. Space was severed wherever it passed. This was the ultimate skill that he had cultivated in his dantian for almost 50 years. The energy had been nurtured by it day and night, and it was enough to severely injure a pseudo-emperor. Many people from the Morong family screamed under the saber chi as their bodies were cut into two. Morong Shui and Yao Bingyue hurriedly retreated with their men. At the same time, Lahar from Western Europe let out a wolf howl. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he instantly grew to more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was covered in fur that looked like steel needles. Meanwhile, one of his hands suddenly turned into a giant black palm. It tore through space and charged at Yi Chen's left chest. Clearly, he wanted to crush his heart on the spot. The other two pseudo-emperors and almighties also unleashed their best skills. Their earth-shattering attacks almost collapsed the entire Morong family villa. Yi Chen's viewers in Killer Whale's live stream saw that immediately. The entire live stream seemed like it had been hacked, and it was in an uproar. What was that thing that the old man spat out? It was clearly a stream of air. So how did it turn into such a long saber gleam? And that Western European man, he was human earlier, but he turned into a humanoid monster in the blink of an eye. He looks like a wolf. It's a werewolf. Oh my God, I didn't expect there to really be a werewolf. At that moment, everyone in the live stream was shocked by the battle. No one doubted if it was a movie. Meanwhile, the popular streamer called Brother Jian was staring blankly at Yi Chen's live stream as if he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, the cultivators all over the world who were watching the battle through the live broadcast felt their scalps go numb. Oh my God! The 5 pseudo-emperors are teaming up against Mad Southern Yi. This time, Mad Southern Yi can't fight 4 hands with 2 fists, right? Mad Southern Yi is in trouble. He shouldn't have held on to it. Now he's really going to die. There were cries of surprise all over the world. Almost at that moment, the Duan family's pseudo-emperor's 30-meter-long saber gleam transformed from green energy, slashed at Yi Chen like a waterfall that pierced through heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 people locked their eyes on Yi Chen. Clearly, they did not give him the chance to dodge the saber gleam. However, what shocked them was when the saber gleam finally landed on Yi Chen, not only did it fail to slash him, but it seemed to have hit some steel instead. As a loud bang was heard, it shattered on the spot. How is this possible? The pseudo-emperor of the Duan family was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. The energy that he had nurtured in his body for decades could not even break Yi Chen's skin. At that moment, Lahar's giant palm charged at Yi Chen's chest with a monstrous might. As the sound of joints being dislocated was heard, he felt extreme pain in his hand. Even my ripper hand can't hurt him? Could this person have mastered the so-called indestructible Vajra technique in China? Lahore was shocked. Before he could react, He realized that Yi Chun had actually avoided the attacks of the other two pseudo-emperors and was charging at him with a punch. Boom! As the punch was thrown, space shook, as if the entire world was about to collapse under the force of the punch. Oh no! At that moment, Lahar felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not care too much and immediately retreated backward. At the same time, the other three pseudo-emperors came over and held him tightly. All sorts of attacks were thrown at him. Clearly, they did not want to give Yi Chen a chance to attack any one of them alone. Trash, get lost! The vital energy and blood in Yi Chen's body surged. He sent the three of them flying with a bang. He stepped on a stream of light and broke through the sound barrier as he threw a punch at Lahar. In the end, he pierced through his chest. No! An incomparably shrill voice rang out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they saw Lahar, who was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a humanoid beast, explode into a bloody mist under this punch. The Celestial Master Hall's second high priest roared, "Huang Lai, what are you waiting for? Don't give him a chance to kill us alone." At the next moment, the pseudo-emperor of the Huang family, who was severely injured by Yi Chen earlier, gritted his teeth and joined the battle fearlessly. At that moment, the four of them learned their lesson. They knew that if they gave Yi Chen an opportunity, he might kill one of them alone. Therefore, as they moved, they advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, vaguely forming a formation. However, they underestimated the strength of Yi Chen's physical body again. When their attacks landed on Yi Chen, apart from sparks and loud noises, there was no effect at all. Yi Chen held the Master Destruction Saber in his hand and slashed. He broke through countless airwaves and cut the remaining Western European powerhouse, Paul, into two under the terrified gazes of the three pseudo-emperors of Shang Santian. "I'm not participating in this battle anymore." The pseudo-emperor of the Huang family was completely shocked by Yi Chen's ferocity. He actually left the pseudo-emperor of the Duan family and the pseudo-emperor of the Lin family behind and turned into an afterimage as he charged out. "I told you, you guys are a bunch of trash." At that moment, Yi Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. There was a materialized, murderous aura in his eyes like a primordial god-fiend. Subsequently, he raised his hand in the direction that the pseudo-emperor of the Huang family was escaping in. A huge spatial millstone immediately appeared above the pseudo-emperor's head. As the millstone rolled, an extremely terrifying force attacked. Of course, the pseudo-emperor's body was crushed into a bloody mist. This is the unparalleled mad Southern Yi. Who in the world can suppress him? Countless people had the same thought in their minds when they saw that. Yi Chen was too freakish. He killed 3 pseudo-emperors in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were completely stunned. They had witnessed that a human's power could do that. To them, it was not an exaggeration to describe the dead Lahar and Paul as gods. However, they still died in Yi Chen's hands. Everyone stared at Yi Chen. Is this person a human or a god? The death of the pseudo-emperor of the Huang family had completely awakened the remaining pseudo-emperor of the Duan family and the Celestial Master Hall's second high priest. The pseudo-emperor of the Duan family gritted his teeth, and his eyes flickered with madness. "Brother Lin, we'll die if we run, and we'll die if we don't."